Shorties.
Hi, Shorty.
Fingers crossed, StreamYard's being a little bitch tonight, apparently. Very frustrating when we're professionals here. I'm fucking professional.
She's a fucking professional. No, goddamn it.
Miss Shorty, you're muted. Miss Shorty, you're muted.
God, yes.
Endearing, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Trial watching, trials and tribulations. It's Camp Shorty calling all nations. What are you drinking? Shall we skip this part? Left or right-handed? Shit, she slid it to the start. She's a fucking professional. Yo, goddammit. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Psychology corner. Let's learn about stuff. New Miss Shorty music. Calling their bluff. Best chat, best community. We've got the best mods. A safe, supportive sanctuary full of fun and love. Rock out with your cats out. Curse all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cut. She's a fucking professional. You goddamn it. You're muted, what? And daring, it's iconic. Cheese breaks, fake breaks, staying hydrated. It's Shorty time. She's a fucking delight. Hey, Shorties, what's doing, y'all? Get in here, Shorties. Let's fucking go. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty. Camp Shorty.
Hi! I forgot to put myself on the stage. Hi, Shorties. It's like, hi, good to see you. Hi, Shorties. Wait, it just told me my mic was unplugged. Let me just check. No, it should be good. You should be able to hear me. Hi, Shorties. Sunday? What? How is it? Well, it's Monday here. I'm so confused. I've already lost all sense of time. That's a ladies' one. That's a gentleman's one. Ah, she got my finger. Hi, Shorties. Hello. How has your weekend been? I can't see a fucking thing. Hi, Micah. Ah! Oh, my God. I just cleaned my glasses and I'm a red hot mess. Princey's here. Amazing. Debbie Blair. Hi, good to see you, Princey. Hi. Brooklyn says you're good. Thank you so much. Yesterday was a whole thing. It's just a whole thing. I'm a bit confused. I'm discombobulated. No. Lainey, hi. Ms. What the fuck? How are those nails going? I bet they look amazing. Simi, hello. Wait, Simi, hello. Take two. Oh, my shirt's all weird. Oh, God. What's even going on? The dogs are crunching their pigs' ears. That's familiar. I think I've said hello. Wait, let me scroll down. Brooklyn, hi. Miss What the fuck? Micah, Debbie Blair. Princey. Lainey says she's changing a nail polish right now. I don't have nail polish. Jim Cox, everybody loves Cox. Hey, Jim. Grass is here. Juju's here. Amazing. God, they're crunching loud today with enthusiasm. Here's my earrings for today. Which way does it face? This way. Although, that should be right. Best of the 80s cassette tapes. If you know, you know. I think just about everybody here knows. God, I just saw my hands on the big screen there. That's what she says. Everybody loves cocks, right? Oh, the babies are hungry. No, they're not hungry. These dogs are fed very well, but they do love a good pig's ear. Goodness knows where that pig DNA could have ever come from on Officer John O'Keefe's sleeve, huh? Weird. Speaking of weird, imagine not even having a scratch on your face and 8-7 just in time for statutory what is it, the statute of limitations, to decide to like sue Cardi B for let's just refresh ourselves, because we've got the last little bit of day 3 of testimony, day 4, which is, I don't know, I think there'll be some plaintiff witnesses again, who knows, not sure, closing arguments, verdict, and on the court steps of the Cardi B trial. But imagine thinking that there were anyway, assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, and my personal favorite, false imprisonment. Okay, Imani Ellis, interesting. Okay, 30 mil Relly, 24 mil Imani, wild. So that's what we're going to see all about it. If you missed last night's, and if you haven't seen the trial, we watched Cardi B on the stand yesterday, and oh my goodness, she's just a delight. I think probably she's a shorty. I mean, she is short, 5'3" ish. She's got that big Nettie energy, big shorty energy, right? Thanks for the reminders, Princey. Don't forget to press that like button. Also, if you're watching on Replay Crew, hi, after the stream has ended, if you want to watch the live chat replay, you can on your handheld device. All you do is swipe left on the comment tab, and you can do comments, please. But hype that shit. Hyping it is a thing, and I love it. So hype it. But yes, if you would like to watch the live chat replay, all you do is swipe left on those little dots. It'll give you the option to watch live chat replay instead. Amazing. So this week, a little bit of housekeeping, and then we'll get into testimony. We're probably going to go live on your Wednesday night, America, my Thursday morning. Not sure with what yet. Potluck. Who knows? Chinese cheese shrimp. That sounds delicious. What? Did I miss something? Then next weekend, Friday night, almost certainly. We might go live sooner, but I don't think so. I'm going to take the week off work to do stuff around the house and catch my breath in life. But next weekend, we're starting a new trial. Well, it's an old trial, but new for us at Camp Shorty. We're going to be covering the Jesse Krzyzewski. Yes, just have to gather myself before I say it. Jesse Krzyzewski. It's a Wisconsin case. Wisconsin. The eye drops murder trial. She poisoned a family friend of her mother's that she'd known since her. Well, it was not even allegedly. It's an old trial. She was convicted easily. Poisoning her with Visine eye drops. The poor woman. And not Jessie, the victim. What was her name? Oh, my goodness. It's been a minute. Anyway, Donna Kukla is one of the defense attorneys. And that's Hydrant Head. I mean, Anthony Cotton from the Maxwell Anderson trial. That's his mother and their partners. Hi, Hope 8 Fear. Good to see you. We missed you last night, but you're here for the finale for Judgment Day in the Cardi B trial. So yes, we're going to start next Friday. Still, we might even just do back. I think I haven't. All I've done is the thumbnail, but I'm pretty sure it was almost a 2-week long trial. So we might do both nights of the weekend for a little bit to get that done and dusted, because I don't know. all that, I think we're done. Hey, that's almost a record for me in my intro. Thank you to my beautiful Mrs. Hydrant Head. I think it's I don't know if it's Mrs. It's wow. Would it be Madam Hydrant Head? Because wouldn't Mrs. Hydrant Head be Anthony Cotton's wife? Madame. Let's call her Madame Hydrant Head. The two defense attorneys are characters. Will have a lot to be exasperated about. I mean, they're doing their job, but in terms of their personality and their vibe, they're very interesting. And the judge is Judge Jennifer Dorrow, like she's a babe. Mrs. Senior? We can work out a name for her. I just like saying Kukla. Jennifer Dorrow, she's a fucking babe. Micah, you will love. If you don't already know who Judge Jennifer Dorrow is, we'll be telling you to put your dick away, Micah. Basically, so she's gorgeous, smart, amazing. She was the I love her too. Hope a senior. Oh, Princey, thank God you're here. Senior, yes, that works. Yes, Debbie, she's amazing. She was the judge in the Darrell Brooks, Christmas parade. Tragedy. And I know there's mixed opinions as to how well or how patient or perhaps a little too patient Judge Jennifer Dorrow was with Darrell Brooks. I actually didn't watch the whole trial. I don't think I could. I might be able to now. At the time, I don't know why at the time I was like, I just watched the final day, and the Brooks fiasco. Yikes. Hey. So all that. That's what we're doing. We will get back to Psychology Corner soon, but I actually haven't had the capacity, the spoons to even find or think of something for us to cover there. And also that those ones take a lot out of me. They're very personal. So I haven't got much to give at the moment. Anyway, enough about me. Let's do Cardi B instead with her WAP. Thanks to my beautiful mods for being here always. Thanks to you, my beautiful friends. All like everyone, Shorties. Hey, Shorties. Thanks. You're amazing. I feel all confused. I don't know what it is. Wait, no, I say that every time. Ground Shorty Day. Okay, so where were we up to? This guy. They finally finished this guy. This who was he? Someone. The
When we get back together,
now I'm gonna earbud. Hang on. Break 3:25. Buster says, "Okay, I need cuddles now." Can we please do a trial trivia special? Brooklyn, sure. That's what we did do a trivia night, a members only trivia night. Oh God, I don't know. Was it a month ago now? That was fun. It wasn't only trial trivia, but yes, absolutely, it was fun. We did Camp Shorty trivia, Miss Shorty music trivia, the trials that we've watched together trivia, the week that was trivia. It was fun. And then who won? I can't remember who won. My brain. I'm Dory from Finding Nemo. Tony won. Of course, Tony won. Oh. Last night we got shut down for a minute thanks to Court TV being dickheads and deciding to copyright strike me. I mean, okay. Thanks. Isn't Court TV for everybody to watch? Apparently not. Not a proper copyright strike. They just disabled the stream for a little minute, huh? I didn't know. All I saw was everybody going, what happened? I'm like, wait, what happened? I was still good on this side. Rude. Tony won. Yes, Sydney, thank you. It took me a minute. It was weeks ago. I can't even remember.
in that case, counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate.
Whoa, what's
and
speed
let's have another witness to call.
Yes, Your Honor, we called Dr. David.
Whoa, we were obviously in a rush yesterday. 1.25, just the judge speaks more quickly than some of the witnesses who speak very slowly. Let's try custom. Hang on. Let me just get my shit organized. It's a challenge. Why doesn't it go in custom? Bastard. Why do you hate me? The universe. I don't know how to do it. I can't. Sorry, we'll work this out. We'll just run with 1.25. Jeez Louise. Oh, this is what you get on a Sunday, shorties. Oh, now I got to press play. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, let's get organized here. What am I even doing?
Have you stand right next to the courtroom?
Oh my goodness.
Gotcha. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending
Somebody listen to her name.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have the state and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's David Finke, D-A-V-I-D, F as in Frank, I-N-K-E.
Perfect. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Did you say K-E? Yeah, he did. David Finke. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. Okay. I'll do a banner. This is what the fuck's doing in nails. I'm on my own. I'm flying solo. Yay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, what do you do for a living?
I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist
And where are your offices located?
in Beverly Hills at Wilshire and Lapeer.
Is that a medical building?
It is. It's the Beverly Hills Medical Building, I think.
And were you in those offices in February of 2018?
Yes.
And what floor were you on?
The fifth floor?
What floor?
5.
Oh, sorry. And were you ever affiliated with Cedars-Sinai in any way?
I completed my OBGYN residency there in 2010 and then remain on staff. I'm not employed by Cedars, but I'm affiliated. I admit
Covered by
all of my
this.
patients to the hospital.
God.
On the fifth floor of this building in 2018, were there cameras in the hallways outside your office?
No.
And did your office sometimes make special arrangements
Baby,
for celebrity finds
girl.
for privacy or security purposes?
We do.
And in 2018, did you
I'm gonna
have
move my I'm gonna cover that.
an open office?
No, it's
Should I put this
logo.
an open office on Saturdays? Did you work on Saturdays?
I worked Saturday office hours for about half a day for around 10 years.
To your knowledge, did anyone else in that building have Saturday office hours?
No.
In February 2018, did that building have a building office?
Yes.
And what floor was that on, do you know?
4.
And did the building have a receptionist?
Not a receptionist.
Do you recall an incident?
Pause. Who was it last night that was saying that? I think it was Life Artist who said they have a couple of friends who wear, and she referred to them as Jeffrey Dahmer glasses, which aren't quite these, but they're close. Brooklyn. I don't mind his glasses. I'm a weirdo though.
February 2018, where there was an argument with a security guard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that security guard in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point her out, please?
Miss Ellis?
Hi, Anya. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you.
How did you learn of the incident?
I was in my office, in my office's office, and then heard a lot of yelling. So I immediately got up, ran down the hall, and went out into the hallway.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened next?
Yes.
Any particular reason that you have that clear memory?
It's never happened before.
And what did you do after you ran down the hall towards the yelling?
As soon as I got into the hallway and realized what was going on, my receptionist was between the plaintiff and the defendant. And there was...
I'm just going to say, he's a lot younger. Dirty pause. Sorry, mate. He's a lot younger than I expected. I had pictured Finke, as Cardi B referred to him, as being a white-haired gentleman, not unlike the look of Isaac Wolf, as in Hungry Like the. I don't know. I suppose an OBGYN's got to start somewhere. I don't know how I'd feel. I also don't know how I'd feel if it was anyway, all I'm saying is younger than I thought he was going to be. Jim Cox says, I have some wire-rimmed glasses, but they are more rectangular than square. I like how they look on me, but plastic is much lighter. Maybe you could get some Harvey Adelson spectacles, Jim Cox, that have no rim. Just, no, I'm not wearing glasses. No. This is just me. Okay, we're going.
There's a lot of yelling, a lot of finger pointing, And at one point, my receptionist was struck, not hard, but I remember it was like on the shoulder kind of thing. I think it was her right shoulder. And there was a phone in the security guard's hand, and the phone kept going back from the ear to point and then back to the ear. And at one point, kind of both hands were kind of flailing, but not closed fists or anything like that.
No.
More swatting.
Did your receptionist show you a cut on her forward afterwards?
I believe so. Very minor.
Okay. And what is the receptionist's name? The one who was between Ms. Ellis and Cardi B?
Tiara.
It was beautiful and
So-
such a good witness.
You see all that. You've gone out into, and I'm sorry, where was this? Was this in your office or in the hallway?
The main hallway of the 5th floor, just right outside the elevators.
And you hear yelling, you open the door, you see what you've described. What happened next? Let me ask, what did you do next?
We tried to de-escalate the situation, separate the two, and get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
Do you remember anything that you said in trying to de-escalate?
I remember repeatedly, I was trying to match sort of with body, language, the intensity of it to get across the point that this was not okay. And
I don't know if matching the energy
this is your
each
job.
fight is a good
Who
idea.
did you address that to?
Ms. Ellis.
And did she say anything in response?
I don't remember. There was a lot of name calling going back and forth between the two.
Pause. Hope. I swear to God, when you have a minute or six, almost 7 hours, but when you have a minute, go back and watch yesterday, like last night's, like our stream from last night, which is Cardi B. Oh my God, if you need, she is just such a fucking delight. She's so full of character. She's amazing. It's so entertaining. It's exactly what we needed yesterday. So, I mean, you don't have to watch it through me, but I'm joking. You can just watch. You can watch it anywhere. But I'm recommending Camp Shorty coverage, obviously.
And threats, that type of thing. But my primary objective was to get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
And how did you accomplish that?
Repeating myself over and over and over. And I can't remember if I was holding
good to
the
be here,
elevator door
Candy.
open or I've been trying to think about that. I have no idea. I remember pushing the button if it wasn't, but just to try to get the elevator there and get Ms. Ellis back on it.
Did you come between your receptionist and Cardi B, between them on the one hand and Ms. Ellis?
I think to the side.
Okay. What did you tell her to try and get her to move into the elevator?
To stop and to do
Oh, your role.
job.
Did you say that repeatedly?
Yes.
Did you say it in a loud voice?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you were saying these things?
Yelling and pointing. I think at that point there was enough distance between the parties that there was no longer, any gestures that would that could be construed as violent.
And at that point, had the Cardi B and the receptionist gone back into the office, into your office?
Yes, as soon as Ms. Ellis stepped back on the elevator, Cardi and Tiara were headed back into my office.
At any point, were you face to face with Miss Ellis?
Yes,
And can you estimate how close you were?
it was close
Nice.
proximity,
Okay.
within a foot.
Okay, within a foot of her face.
Mhm.
And
Yes,
did you see on her face any scratches?
no,
Yes, I
Did you see on her face any cuts?
none,
Did you see on her face any blood?
no,
Did you see any injury at all on her face that day?
none,
And did you see
Nunsies.
spit or spittle or any other fluid on her, anywhere on her?
Fluid?
During the course of this, did you hear Miss Ellis say something to the effect, and I apologize, I will fuck your shit up?
yes,
At any time, did you see Cardi B spit on Plaintiff?
no,
Did you see her spit on anyone?
no,
Did you see Cardi B take a swing at Plaintiff?
no,
Did you see Cardi B hit Plaintiff?
no,
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut Plaintiff with her fingernail?
no,
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get Plaintiff fired?
Natalie, Nat,
Did you hear Cardi B
hi.
call Plaintiff the N-word? And by that, I mean the whole N-I-G-G-E-R.
no.
Oh, we know what the N word is, sir. We've literally, You've only missed a minute, like a couple of minutes. My rabbiting on at the start. Good to see you. I hope you had a lovely dinner with your father.
Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff fat or poor?
No.
Fat or poor.
Did you ever
He
see
has security weight.
Did you see Plaintiff? I think you saw Plaintiff hit your receptionist. Is that correct?
Yes.
At her deposition, Plaintiff testified that she was, quote, just focused on getting downstairs, close quote. Is that consistent with
Nina,
what you
good
saw?
to see
No.
you.
Okay. And why is it not consistent with what you saw?
It took me, I would have guessed 30 to 45 seconds to get her to get back on the elevator.
If you're not
After you
sure,
got Plaintiff in,
besticles means you're just like testicles, only better, because obviously that's a pretty low bar, with all due respect. But it's still a compliment. Thank you so much.
in the elevator, what did you do next?
Went back into my office.
Oh,
And
I've got
did you
tears in my
examine Cardi
eyes.
I saw her that day, yes.
in the patient room?
Yes.
And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingers that day?
No.
And how is it that you know that?
I make a point of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of
Okay.
lightens the room.
So I don't know, man. Don't get me wrong. I think this was a bogus suit, a bogus cash grab. But there was a couple of times when that beautiful Tiara, the receptionist, a couple of times when she testified at things, I was like, I don't know, man. I think maybe I don't know, man. I don't think. And 8 years ago, male OBGYN notices someone's nails. That's even Cardi B's. Chat, what do you think? I'm going to go back. Let's just watch him. I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm just saying maybe they're being there was a few moments in Tiara's Buster testimony, and that just then gave me pause. I do believe that it was a bullshit. So I'm not saying that anything actually happened, but I think they're gilding the lily a little.
I saw her that day, yes.
In the patient room?
Yes.
And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingers that day?
No.
And how is it that you know that?
I make a point
Fair.
of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room when you're doing an exam, when you're about to do a pap smear, to say, oh, that's a really cool color. Where'd you get it?
What?
I can kind of tell all of the nail trends in the city. Because it's bizarre that once you see one type of nail polish, then that next 2 months.
Okay, maybe I
everyone
believe him.
has it. And it would have just stuck out to me.
To your knowledge, did Cardi B complain to the building about Plaintiff's conduct?
No.
Did you take steps to make the building aware of Plaintiff's
I
conduct?
feel a bit
Yes.
And what
uncomfortable.
steps did you take?
I called our
That's
practice
up-
administrator that day.
Was
And
I mean, at least it wasn't. I don't know. Yesterday, the plaintiff's attorney was saying vaginal discharge over and over again. I don't know, man. That feels like I don't like the word discharge. I just don't. And then I know the pap smears are just a thing, but he was just talking about noticing ladies' nails when he's about to do a pap smear. Fair, normalized pap smears, okay, fine, good. Nothing weird about a pap smear or him noticing his patient's nails while he's about to do one.
given what I had witnessed of the conduct of our security guard when I was out there, I said she needs to go. Then my administrator on Monday morning, I think, took Tiara down and made a statement for the building, and then the building proceeded to do what they did.
Okay, thank you. Those are all
Okay,
the
but
questions I have for you, sir.
Okay, thanks. That's his trade. That's his business, right? Pap smears and cats. But
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You're at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
Yes.
Are you aware that I'm across the street from your office at 9025 Wilshire Boulevard?
Nope.
When I approached you outside and I wanted to speak with you, is it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the defense wanted to speak with you, you did talk to them, correct?
Yes.
You even prepared a declaration, and you gave them permission to sign it on your behalf.
Yes.
And you are here because you want to testify in favor of your patient, correct?
Yeah.
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
Right.
And I'm here to tell you what I
Wait.
saw.
Who's wearing a toupee? Who are we speculating that's got a toupee on Brooklyn? Dirty paws. Context is king. You mean the witness wearing a toupee? Or do you think it's the defense, the plaintiff's attorney the doctor? Oh, well, now we're not going to be able to notice anything else. We'll keep an eye on it, Brooklyn. Good question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations that don't seem congruent with what I saw that day.
There you go.
On how many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense?
In person or over the phone?
Could be. Or is it Hank Brennan's spray-on hair? Is it more cringe if he's wearing a hairpiece? Guys, a toupee. It could be a toupee or it could be spray-on hair like Hank Brennan. We'll keep watching. This is important.
Combined.
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone.
Oh, sorry, man. He looks like... Guys, he even looks like Hank Brennan there. Could be. Could be a mad comb over. He's got very fine hair. What do you think, guys? Shorties, if you're on your phone, you could zoom in and see what you think. I don't know. Deep dive.
Phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important 3 different times?
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tiara, who no longer works in our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Curiouser and curiouser.
You are a licensed gynecologist in the state of California since 2007?
Yeah.
And in your field, your specialty deals with below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think to look at Imani Ellis's face when you have 2 people that are yelling at each other with someone in between? Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Imani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment, she was closer to the elevator, there probably was about 3-4 feet between the 2. And I got between her and them.
Oh,
And the
wait.
elevator was directly behind her.
Wait.
So I was making direct.
pause. Let me go back. He just tilted his head down.
Looking at Imani
Got you,
Ellis's
Chad.
face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face.
When at that moment,
No,
she was closer
no.
to the elevator, there probably was about 3-4 feet between the 2.
Oh,
Two.
fuck.
And
Terrible.
I got between her and them.
All right, I'll get out of the way. We'll get that. Move out of there. Come off there. God damn. Why? Wait. Why is it still got that thing up there so you can't even see? Buster. Oh. One's in the chat if you think it's his hair. 2's in the chat if you think it's a toupee or spray on hair. No, 1's real hair. 2, toupee. 3, Hank spray on. 1 real, 2 toupee, 3 spray on. You decide. Voice of the people.
And the elevator was directly behind her. So I was making direct eye contact to try to be as assertive as I could.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair?
Objection.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago.
Oh my
7.5
God, he
years
loves
ago.
that.
You agree?
Correct.
In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the day of the incident?
I did not.
Okay. So everything you're telling us right now, from 7.5 years ago, is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No,
No?
the majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
When you got there, Tiara Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tiara Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tiara Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
Objection is their presence to testimony.
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me to go.
No, Cardi B said that she thought the whole thing, from the beginning of the altercation to her going into his office, his rooms, was less than a minute. She was like 45, a minute, and then he said a minute 45, and she's like, no, dirty pause. But if they heard the yelling, they came out pretty quickly. Think about how long 45 seconds is. It's actually quite a long time. That's a funny pause. So, how many days? 2,741 days. Okay, sir, sit down.
Down the hallway and out into the hall. The type of yelling that was taking place was alarming, and so it was like, get there right away. I can't give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Many different ones?
Over the
Don't
years,
ask who.
It's your impression. It's your, well, strike that.
Yes,
It's
like
important
that.
to you to
Wind it back, Jam.
help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
No.
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But
Understood.
you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the two of them, correct?
Also speculation. Explanation.
Sustained.
Just fucking glass.
Earlier, you testified that you saw Imani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing this?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objection is
Sustained.
Are you aware that your receptionist who was facing Imani Ellis did not say that?
objection.
Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Imani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her,
Okay.
my receptionist.
And your receptionist specifically told you that Imani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
I understand. But did your
I
receptionist
don't know that she remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's adrenaline was kind of elevated, and once we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had an attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident,
Ooh, interesting.
inquiring what happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot, and I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Did
Oh, I missed it.
that
Wait,
receptionist make any type
he's
of
got a
claim
very
against Miss
expressive
Imani
face.
We both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Ellis? Did
All right, chat. Now's your fucking chance. He could just have a lot of very fine, silky hair. Yeah. He's very young. How old is he? We don't know. Finke. Thought he was going to be 75. Finke. Good name.
that
Pinky,
receptionist
Pinky.
make any type of
Loves the
claim against
nails.
Miss Imani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
In your declaration, you state that Plaintiff, on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that's real hair.
I withdraw the question.
One.
Do you know if I left a business card in your office?
Objection, also speculation.
Oh,
You personally, I do not. It was a male, dark hair, darker beard, and my
No toupee.
different receptionist got the business card, who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person was came to the checkout desk, not the check-in desk, on a different date, and I said, "You need to leave."
okay. The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay.
Your Honor, objection.
I'm going to find out how old he is because this is killing me now. Poppy.
Can
Poppy.
you look at the photograph in front of you?
Can you identify the counsel, please? Sure.
Do you see the photograph?
Yeah, I'm going to
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from 2018.
Your Honor, it's exhibit 232.
Thank you.
Okay. For the record, exhibit 232. Do you see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2024, which was 1 week before the incident? Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, I can't look that up. I'm available in my area.
No,
Bloody hell.
probably was
At
around the
most.
time of the incident, I guess.
And
At least.
if you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, if you look at these fingernails in the photograph, and sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude, I'm just making a joke. The fingernails that are in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing when she entered your office on the day of the incident?
I think so.
Are you sure?
Pause. Wait. Pause.
I want to put a sign on the ceiling that says, "Go lower."
All right. Tosh show.
I'll do it this way. Move. Go forward.
Similar. It's almost fewer.
She means
Hub. It's on the clock. Alcohol. And we said the wreck happened.
bill, mister.
It's a
Oh, I don't know what this is.
on the
I'm going to get a couple
great
of
because I don't do German arm gesture. Bull. Sounds like a
Here we go.
No.
okay. Jesus Christ! It took you so long.
It's his hair.
Doc,
That's his hair. He's cute. I wonder if he's married. My nails are shit. He wouldn't like me. Anyway, there he is. I'll put a link to this in the chat if you want to. Oh, it's very long. That's what she said. Anyway, that's Finke. Kinky Finke loves the nails. Double crown, says Coxie. There it is. Let's go back to this. That was fun.
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3-inch long with a spear at the end.
But you're not sure if these are the
Oh,
same
there's
fingers,
the
correct?
way. Good
I
to see
believe
you.
they are.
Was Cardi B's hair this way when she came to your office, the same way in this photograph here?
Objection, relevant. So,
Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
objection, relevance. Okay, so.
I'm going to check when that was. I won't play it again because I'm concerned, excuse me, for the copyright strikes for some reason.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into detail? The F word?
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
Okay. And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so
I'm gonna
loud
drop
that
the
you heard
link.
while you were inside of your office. Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway
chat if you wanna watch
between
that.
the main hallway
Okay.
and the office I was sitting in,
Thirsty.
and all the way up the south side of the building. Yes, took a lot of energy for me to hear it.
When you walked out of your office, you didn't know what areas of the body Miss Imani Ellis was claiming injuries to at the time, correct?
Objection.
I withdraw.
Why not? Just ask him that question.
Do you know what areas of the body Imani Ellis, what areas of her body were injured at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, lacks foundation, contrary to all the evidence in the case.
Great
Did you have a
objections.
reason to focus on any part of Imani Ellis's body when you came out?
No.
So in your state of mind when you walked out, you heard lots of screaming, 3 different women doing something, and you were focused
Whoa.
on the whole thing, weren't you?
He loved it. He
Yeah,
said, "Show me
that
your
was
nails,
before-
ladies."
I asked her to leave multiple times,
Of course.
but face to face.
Right. But when you did come out, you saw 3 different women and your receptionist in between Cardi B and Imani Ellis, correct?
Yes,
And when you were facing that, your focus was not only at Imani Ellis, it was at everybody, correct?
yes,
Okay. And there was a lot of commotion and yelling and screaming and excitement at that very moment, right?
correct.
And for
Still
how many
noticed their
seconds
nails.
when you first arrived, how much time passed before Imani Ellis went away?
It seemed like a long time. It probably was 45 seconds.
So in those 45 seconds, did you have a chance to examine Miss Imani Ellis?
I didn't examine her. I looked at her.
Okay. Did you specifically look at her face for some reason?
I was looking directly at her face for at
As you
least
do
20 seconds or so,
when you're talking to
repeating
people.
myself over and over and over.
And when you were doing that, you weren't looking for a scar, were you? Or a cut or any kind of damage to her face? Fair? Do you have any experience in plastic surgery?
I bet you he stitches some shit up, actually.
Define plastic surgery.
LOL?
You're the doctor.
I do cosmetic procedures on the vagina and the vulva, and I also do microneedling with radiofrequency procedures, CO2 laser ablation of things. I don't do the face.
So,
Wait,
if there was any damage to Miss Imani's,
defense attorney's like, he just said vulva? I'll see your vaginal discharge and I'll raise you a vulva. Didn't know what
Imani
to
Ellis's
make of that.
face, if there was any kind of injury to it, would you have known?
I would assume I would see blood or a big
Vulva
scrape
implant?
or
A
some
breast implant.
physical damage.
And when you were out there and you were between the 3 of them, the 3 women, when you were there, and in those 45 seconds, did you see the cut to your receptionist's face at that time, not later?
No,
It was
You
really-
didn't see it.
I never looked directly at her until we were back in the office.
But at that time, it was there, right? During 45 seconds.
What do you want to get done, Brooklyn?
Well, sometimes little scratches like that might not
Pause.
show up.
Brooklyn, why? What are you interested in? Do you want me to send him a DM? Sir, excuse me, Finky, Kinky Finky. What can you do about Brooklyn's vulva? Is that what? Sorry, man.
For a little bit.
What's a little bit?
Well,
Oh,
if I just scratch my hand like this, I might see it out in the sun, 10 minutes later from just erythema.
Okay. So if Imani Ellis got a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. Yeah. You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
Look at his face. Wait, he went to answer. Look at his
Imani Ellis
face.
got a scratch.
The doctor.
She could
Thank you.
also develop it 10 minutes later. Yeah. You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
That's what your counsel to tell us what he testified to, but I would object, Your Honor. Let's hear what it
All right, why don't we ask this witness?
Oh. Someone say vulva. Quick. Vaginal discharge.
When you spoke to defense counsel 3 times, which attorney was it? Was it Mr. Anderson or Mr. Lamb or Ms. Moore?
Over the phone, Ms. Moore.
Every time?
Probably, yes.
And for you to come down here and testify, you had to at least cancel half a day of your work, right?
I canceled my whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
Why are you testifying if you're not being paid? Were you subpoenaed?
I was not.
So you came voluntarily.
I did.
And they believed that you would appear here today in court with no subpoena. That's how confident they were that you were here to help them, correct?
Fuck off. Who is this guy?
When Cardi B
Miss Hydrant.
came into your office after the incident, what did she tell you?
I apologized. She was more calm than I thought she would be. She didn't complain about the incident or to me afterwards, which I was kind of surprised about as well. I would have been upset if I were the client. And then we proceeded to help her with what she came in for.
Could it be that she didn't apologize because she was the one that assaulted Miss Elliott?
Fuck off.
Did you
How
have...
about stopping with the could it be's and just ask him what happened, what you saw, what you heard, what you smelled?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Do your proper lawyering. all right,
Can you look
Finky. We
at,
got you, boo.
The photograph again? The one that you have in front of you, exhibit 231 or 232?
He's not
In the
happy.
photograph, you will see nails, fingernails with some
Yeah,
rhinestones
right?
on top of them. Do you remember seeing rhinestones on Cardi B's fingernails?
Oh,
when
he
she came to your
remembers.
Office on the day of the
Yeah,
Mischaracterizes
he
the
remembers.
photograph.
He remembers.
Yeah, I mean they were decorative.
Finky
She was not
Finky loves
made
it.
up. She was in plain clothing, but she had the nails were done.
And those rhinestones, were they sharp and pointy?
I think rhinestones in general have rough edges.
And they're sharp and pointy with rough edges?
On the back, on the front side of the nail, on the top of the nail, they look like they project.
Cardi.
And I see that you're wearing
Meanwhile, Cardi went to great pains to say they were flat rhinestones. She articulated that every time to make sure that the jury understood they weren't like hectic rhinestones. I've had bejeweled nails before, and you can't have them as sharp because anything that's sharp and snaggy on your nails will catch on everything. It's like having a ring that has any snaggy bits, right? Claw set diamonds get snagged on fine knit sweaters and things. Same with nails. You can't have snaggy sharp shit, dickhead.
glasses. Do you wear them?
Just saying.
Were you wearing your glasses at the time of the incident?
99% sure I wasn't, because up until a couple years ago, I just wore contacts.
Were you wearing contacts?
They suit you.
So there
though.
was no
You're
vision
cute.
issues.
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank God.
Yes, sir, just a few. I just moved from here. Doctor, you said that you were one of 4 people in the hallway. So that's you, Cardi B, Miss Malcolm, and the plaintiff.
Correct.
Was there anyone else in the hallway?
No.
Is it correct? Counsel asked you about cuts bleeding to cuts, and scratches tend to bleed more if they're on the face than if they're on some other part of the body.
Objection calls for expert opinion outside the scope of this witness.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is there a difference in the tendency to
Oh,
bleed
he's cute.
if the cut or
When you
scratches
cry.
on
I might
your
not be gay
forehead
after all.
or cheek
I'm not gay.
than if it's on another part of your body?
The head face is generally, has greater blood flow, smaller blood vessels.
I'm just going to say, I might return back from I would turn gay for Georgia Kappelman, gay for Cardi B, Sarah Dugan, Judge Jennifer Doro. I'm going to come back to this side of the fence for Kinky Finky. Just saying.
Yeah. As a fingernail guy, have you seen fingernails where the rhinestones are flat? They're actually just little inserts. They look like rhinestones, but they're flat.
Objection calls for speculation.
I have seen objects put into, I would guess.
He loves
into a
nails.
toenail, and somewhat varied. I have seen that.
Yeah. Do you have any recollection now, 7.5 years later, whether the rhinestones in that photograph and on Cardi's fingernails were actually 3-dimensional or were flat?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
No recollection.
Sorry, sir. Not sorry. I mean, we need to pause a lot because you don't want law and crime to copyright strike me as well. Judge Jennifer Doro is so dreamy. And I'm going to say I might need to find a spot for the thirst trap emote. Goodness knows we thirst often enough in chat over gestures wildly, vaguely. Whoever's kind of cute on the screen. We are not discriminating. We don't care. Man, woman, old, young, color of the skin, don't care. If we're thirsty, we're thirsty. And I am looking for a drink of Kinky Finky. Oh, so
No
good.
further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, recross.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury?
Jury questions.
Excuse me?
Sir,
Thank you.
can we get your number?
All right, thank you, Doctor. All right, does the defense have any more witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does plaintiff rest?
Yes, sir.
You do.
That concludes
Inside
the
and
presentation
out.
of evidence. We have some work to do on jury instructions, but there's a number of jury instructions that I can read now. So rather than do those on Tuesday, I'm going to read the set of jury instructions. There will be additional jury instructions read on Tuesday. The order in which I read these instructions is not important. So to the extent that I read some today and some on Tuesday, pay no attention to the fact that they are given at different times. Does not mean that any have any more significant meaning than any of the others. And the parties have stipulated that the jury instructions do not need to be recorded by the court reporter. So at this time, she can stop doing so. All right. And again, I'll read these quickly. They'll be available to you in the jury room. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence and will hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. It is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. You must follow these instructions as well as those I previously gave you. You have a copy of my instructions with you when you go to the jury room to deliberate. You must decide what.
So this is outside of the presence of the jury. I better get rid of my change the ticker down the bottom. There's more evidence, right? Yes. They're not reading this. He's just reading it to them to make sure they know. Correct?
Facts are, you must consider all the evidence and decide what you think happened. You must decide the facts based on the evidence admitted in this trial. Do not allow anything that happens outside this courtroom to affect your decision. Do not talk about this case or the people involved in it with anyone, including family and persons living in your household, friends, coworkers, spiritual leaders, advisors, or therapists. Do not do any research on your own or as a group. Do not use dictionaries or other reference materials. These prohibitions on communications and research extend to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic device or media such as a cell phone, smartphone, PDA, computer, tablet, device, the internet, any internet service, any text or instant messaging service, any internet chat room, blog, or website, including social networking websites, online diaries, to send or receive information to or from anyone about this case or your experience as a juror until after you've been discharged from your jury duty. Do not investigate a case or conduct any experiments. Do not contact anyone to assist you, such as a family accountant, doctor, or lawyer. Do not visit or view the scene of any event involved in this case. If you happen to pass by the scene, do not stop or investigate. All jurors must see or hear the same evidence at the same time. Do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this trial. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. If you violate any of these prohibitions on communications and research, including prohibitions on electronic communications and research, you may be held in contempt of court or face other sanctions. That means you may have to serve time in jail, pay a fine, or face other punishment for that violation. I will now tell you the law that you must follow to reach your verdict. You must follow the law exactly as I give it to you, even if you disagree with it. If the attorneys have said anything different about what the law means, you must follow what I say. In reaching your verdict, do not guess what I think your verdict should be from something I may have said or done. Pay careful attention to all the instructions that I give you. All the instructions are important because together they speak the law that you'll use in this case. You must consider all the instructions together. After you've decided what the facts are, you may find that some of the instructions do not apply. In that case, follow the instructions that do apply and use them together with the facts to reach your verdict. If I repeat any ideas or rules of law during my instructions, that does not mean that these ideas or rules are more important than the others. In addition, the order in which the instructions are given does not make any difference. Most of the instructions are typed. However, some handwritten or typewritten notes may have been added and some words may have been deleted. Do not discuss or consider why words may have been added or deleted. Please treat all the words the same, no matter what their format. Simply accept the instruction in its final form. You may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. You may consider whether one party intentionally concealed or destroyed evidence. If you decide that a party did so, you may decide that the evidence would have been unfavorable to that party. If a party failed to explain or deny evidence against them when they could reasonably have done so based on what they knew, you may consider their failure to explain or deny in evaluating that evidence. It is up to you to decide the meaning and importance of the failure to deny evidence against the party. During the trial, you received deposition testimony that was read from deposition transcripts or shown by video. A deposition is the testimony taken of a person before trial. At a deposition, the person is sworn to tell the truth and is questioned by the attorneys. You must consider the deposition testimony that was presented.
Hope I haven't watched Adolescence on Netflix. I'm currently doing quite an intensive lot of Netflix watching for someone who doesn't ever indulge or consume drama content. I'm all about usually facts, information, learning, I will jot that down because thanks. Adolescence. I'll check it out.
You in the same way as you consider testimony given in court. Before trial, each party has the right to ask the other parties to answer written questions. These questions are called interrogatories. The answers are also in writing and given under oath.
Remember we looked up interrogatories?
That were read to you the same as if the questions and answers had been given in court. A party may offer into evidence any oral or written statement made by an opposing party outside the courtroom. When you evaluate the evidence of such a statement, you must consider these questions. Do you believe that the party actually made the statement? If you do not believe that the party made the statement, you may not consider the statement at all. If you believe that the statement was made, do you believe it was reported accurately? You should view testimony about an oral statement made by a party outside the courtroom with caution.
Thank you.
During the trial, you heard testimony from expert witnesses. The law
Is
allows
it a
an expert to state
movie?
opinions about matters in the expert's field of expertise.
If
Even
it's a
the expert has
movie,
not
we'll
witnessed
do
the
it
events involved in the
for
trial.
sure.
You do not have
Let's
to
do
accept
that
an
next
expert's opinion.
weekend.
As with other witnesses, it is up to you to decide whether you believe the expert's testimony and choose to use it as the basis for your decision. You may believe all, part, or none of an expert's testimony. In deciding whether to believe an expert testimony, you should consider the expert's training
Okay,
experience, the
I
facts the
don't
expert
know,
relied
man.
on, and the reason for the expert's opinions. The law allows expert witnesses to be asked questions that
I
are based
don't
on
wanna-
assumed facts.
Oh,
These are sometimes called hypothetical questions. In determining the weight to give the expert's opinion,
Just gonna.
if you decide that plaintiff has proven
Oh,
for the
she's like, I hope this is someone.
right
Oh, Buffy.
on the law that you're to use an informed failure deciding the equal form to direct trial. You're not gonna deny the case.
Sorry. No, sorry. Because what are you
How
doing?
much longer into Wednesday or potentially Thursday things will
Okay,
take.
wait.
It's likely that you will also be here on Wednesday to finish deliberating. So at present, we're definitely going to be here Tuesday at 9:45.
Oh, he was
you
reading
can
that to the
anticipate you're not
jury.
going to finish deliberating by the end of the day on Tuesday, and that you'll be here at least Wednesday morning to finish deliberations and to render your verdict. And then you guys will know how.
So wait, both sides have rested? Ah, okay. Yes, lovely. Thank you. So both sides have rested. So the plaintiff was going to bring back more. Sorry, my bedroom door just banged. It startled me. The plaintiff was going to bring back 2 more witnesses. I guess no. I missed it. They rested. He was actually reading that to the jury. That's what it sounds like. Huh. A very piecemeal approach. So anyway, let's okay. And I've even been paying attention. Wow.
how things are going as to how much longer into Wednesday or potentially
Thanks.
Thursday things will take. Okay, any questions about that? Please
I've
do
got some
your absolute very best
questions.
to avoid any media. I know that there has been some coverage of it.
Some
if you happen to
coverage.
see something, just go ahead and turn it off, turn it away, whatever it may be. We don't
Finke,
want you to be
Finke's
influenced
like
by any of the media
middle
coverage, okay? All right, we'll see you on Tuesday, 9:45. Have a good Labor Day weekend.
Oh, Labor Day weekend. Okay. Now, right. Walk and talk chat. Actually, I'll do it so you don't have to get the Blair Witch of it all. Let me. Yes, my playlist. Wait, so you're lucky you're not watching me do this because I'm like, hang on a second. I thought I had a playlist. I do. Let me just find it. Kinky Finke, yeah. How about that? Cardi B trial. There it is. Okay. Court TV. Court TV did not do me a solid yesterday. It made me a bit sad, frankly. Day 4. Ooh, it won't be. It's a 6 hours.
I wish they would have it that way.
Okay, let's go back to where we were. This, that, the other. Magic. What's going on here?
Wait, you think it's confusing?
Oh, it's still on 1.5.
I'll just
Yikes.
swap in 3903 and 3903A as already read because I did already read these.
Also, you're going to keep doing this, give that already out first thing.
I did give these jury instructions. I gave them as they're printed out here. It's just without the. I think the proposed instructions had language that I struck out. So this is the thing.
On the same date of the All-Star game, the same date of the incident. What was the error there is that the All-Star game
It was being all glitchy and
February
weird.
18th of 2018, and the court said that we didn't have credible evidence at that time about it, so that's why the judicial notice was.
So this is my favorite look for Cardi.
So that the court
Ooh,
can
right here.
see for itself. The All-Star game was on
Stunning.
February 18th of 2018. And
Okay, I'm going to deny the traditional. All right. Are we ready?
there's one more thing though.
Go ahead.
The court asked that I prepare a statement regarding the death of John Scher.
Okay. You have that?
Yes, I do. I did give it to the court. It would say plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher, MD, in relation to this case in 2018. It is undisputed that Dr. Scher died on March 5th, 2020.
After a lot of back and forth, what we agreed to, what I agreed to was that the court can instruct the jury that it is undisputed that Dr. Scher died, period. This March 5th, 2021 date, it's never decided on this. She plaintiff didn't testify. She said she understood he died sometime in 2021. She also testified.
Oh, she's so
and we
pretty.
brought the transcripts. I can cite to whatever transcript she says it. page 148, lines 12 through 149, line 15, she says that she went to see a Dr. Scher and he told her not to have any treatment. So this assertion that plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher is not supported by the evidence. The only portion of this that is actually what I agreed to was it is undisputed that Dr. Scher died, period.
So this is what I would propose reading. Plaintiff testified that she treated with John Scher, and B does not dispute that Dr. Scher has testified.
Your Honor, she did not testify she treated with Dr. Scher. She sought medical treatment. This is page 148, line 12 through 14. Around that time, I don't know when that is, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr.
Oh, don't start
Scher?
yawning,
I
Cardi,
did.
please.
And then at line 22, and when you saw him, did he advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year? He did. So, that goes on page 149.
So I will read plaintiff sought treatment with John Scher. It does not dispute that he's passed away.
Well, plaintiff testified. Plaintiff testified. She sought.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. What will we read, Your Honor?
Plaintiff testified that she sought treatment with John Scher, and D, it does not dispute that he has passed away.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now we're ready?
Well, there's a couple things.
God, she's
In my
yawning a
first
lot.
argument, I need
Please don't yawn.
I need the verdict form, but I can't start without
We're working on that.
that in hand. The other thing I wanted to say, Your Honor, is
Yeah.
Your Honor did allow me to argue and clarify the NBA All-Star game when it was, the photograph. I want to be very clear that I intend to argue that in my closing.
It's not evidence. I think what you said was they didn't provide the date. And you're fine. You can argue that they didn't properly authenticate the photograph in terms of the date.
Your Honor, the court said that I could argue this in my closing,
You could argue it. You could argue that they didn't establish what the date was.
and also that the All-Star game was on February 18, 2018, the week before. But the week before the incident, I don't see the harm in that. They can object to that. They can say their version. That's part of my closing, Your Honor. And this photograph, by the way, this photograph was sprung at the last minute. It was never produced in discovery.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, a couple of questions. First, if you remember, counsel violated a motion to eliminate order. And now he's talking about arguing things that are not evidence, which is completely improper. I don't want to object every 5 minutes to a closing argument. I would ask that at least
35 minutes seems a lot for no case.
Then he has to follow the rules. He can't argue things that aren't in evidence. He can't violate the motion to eliminate.
I think it's readily apparent that you can't argue facts that aren't in evidence. I think plaintiff's counsel knows that. I think he knows that he would be violating the rules of professional responsibility by intentionally arguing facts that are outside the evidence that was presented in court. If he wants to present that and you want to object, then I will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be the same.
Then two procedural questions. Does the second monitor work and can it be facing the jury so they can clearly see it?
I don't think so. We're in the middle of a transition, and I don't know.
Okay. And
You can see it's not.
Your Honor's preference, we have demonstrators, we have things we're going to show, we intend to show. Do we need permission to publish admitted exhibits?
No.
And do we need permission to publish demonstratives? They have been provided to plaintiff's counsel.
No. And it's argument.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from plaintiff's counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel that what counsel has just stated is really below the belt and disrespectful to my side. I would never argue things that are outside of the evidence.
I think you just said you were going to.
No, I didn't say I was going to. The court told me that I can argue the issue of the photograph.
I hated what I was wearing. I
Correct.
couldn't.
Your position on Wednesday was that they did.
I needed a scarf or hair. I kept fidgeting, so I've just put on the Miss Shorty 69 jacket. If you haven't seen it before, check it out. Merch. Oh, I've got you with the merch. Very comfortable, very cute.
Establish the right date, and you can make that argument.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Ms. What the fuck's very good at them, isn't she?
I must have the verdict form before I start.
All right.
Cooking for you right now.
All right.
Hopefully I won't fidget so much with my stupid top and be looking at myself going, oh, I hate this. No good hating yourself every time you look at yourself. Not fun. Not hating yourself, but you know what I'm saying. Not feeling comfortable in what you're wearing. Poor choices were made. Make better choices.
So at this point, both
Not a
sides
scarf
will
for
be
being
giving our closing
warmer, a
argument,
scarf,
basically
just
a
something
summation
here.
of
It's just all
everything you've heard, just so you can jot
Much
down
better.
things, take notes if you feel comfortable. So you all heard all of the evidence in this case.
But it
And
is.
the distinction between a civil case and a criminal case are different. And what that means is in a civil case,
It's gonna be
our
warm
proof,
today
what has to be in the box, is
and windy.
greater than 50%.
Coolish at the moment.
Touch more than 50%, maybe a featherweight more than 50%, 51%. It's not 100%. The standard is a little bit more than 50%. In this case, you've heard lots and lots of testimony. We've had the plaintiff who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's mother who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's grandmother who's testified. Those three witnesses explained their recollection about the scar. There was testimony that the scar or the cut came from this incident. That's a very, very important fact. There's really nothing to contradict that. If anything, our expert witness, Dr. Mulligan, you remember he came to court. He's a very well-respected doctor that specializes in plastic surgery. And his testimony was that, in his opinion, as an expert, that when the way that this scar, the way that this cut happened was from fingernails, and that there were three different scrapes, three different scratches, and that the middle one was the deepest one, and that's really the one that he worked on. Now, the issue in this case, well, before I go to that, is the photograph that you saw, okay, which is in evidence. There's a photograph of the scar, which is a 2-centimeter scar. The photograph, because of the skin color, it does not show well in photos. The cut that was on the face does not show up as well. So you may have to really look at it deeper than just had it been someone else. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot speak this way in the court. I have never seen this before. And for her to use all of those words, F word, B word, all these different words, it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to the judge. It's disrespect to this courthouse. You cannot come to court and say these kind of words. It's just disrespectful. And just because Miss Ellis, I'm sorry.
Wait, hi, Poppy. I wasn't looking. I was confusing myself. For starters, polka dots, love, 10-10. Polka dots is my favorite pattern, without a doubt. Oh, her outfit, she's so classy. Bougie as fuck. I love it. She's cranky because he's saying that she used the bad words.
The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot.
Actually, she did say some street stuff. When she was testifying, not just relaying what happened. A couple of times she did, and you're right. He made her repeat it. She said it sort of fading facts, like she said it quietly, not because she was lying, because I think she caught herself as she was in court. Yes, she was just talking like she would talk, and said, I think she said fuck twice in the same answer, like fucking or get the fuck out of here or something like that. And but she said it quietly because I think she caught herself as she was saying it, and he made her say it again, so she articulated it more clearly. You're right. So, but he also cracked it about the psychologist woman, the very first witness. Remember, was it the very first witness? No, the very first witness on day 2, I think. That woman that we thought looked like with the We Don't Care Club lady. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was just the first witness yesterday. But he kept asking her, why did you write those profanities down? And she's like, because that's documenting what the patient said. So don't you like swearing? He's not a shorty. He doesn't like it. He wouldn't say cunt. Maybe he does.
Speak this way in the court. I have never seen this before. And for her to use all of those words, F word, B word, all these different words, it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to the judge. It's disrespect to this courthouse. You cannot come to court and say these kind of words. It's just disrespectful. And just because Miss Ellis, I'm sorry, just
I have a feeling we don't know the makeup of the jury. I reckon they're used to some swears. I don't reckon they would have picked a jury full of pearl clutches, would they? Poor Cardi B, very stressful. 24 million is a fuck ton of money.
Because Miss, also known as Cardi B, is a celebrity, doesn't mean that she could just say and do whatever she wants and attack people. Okay, if you recall, just to give you a little bit of background about Miss Ellis. When she was 19 years old, she moved out of her house. She went
It's
to
like
college.
this guy, this
She's a
fucking
college
guy.
graduate. She has a bachelor's. She
It's okay, Cardi B. Look how worried
went
she
on
is.
to become a security guard for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018.
It's okay, girl.
She did whatever she needed to do to become a licensed security guard, and she did that job. And when this incident happened in 2018,
She's
that
bad.
was cut off. She lost her future in security work, in something further, whether it's FBI, police, attorney, whatever she wanted to do. This incident cut it off. No more. Because of the trauma that she sustained. And I
Fuck
get it.
off.
There were,
Trauma
doctors
schmorma.
who gave their opinions. For example, the defense brought Dr. Rosenberg. Nice guy, gentleman. He complimented me. Maybe he's doing that because he's a psychiatrist and he knows what to say to twist everything. But the point is, he got $40,000 to come here and basically tell us that the plaintiff didn't suffer any emotional injury. That's not the facts. The facts are Imani Ellis was working as security guard. There was a change. Okay, it's very, very traumatic to be assaulted and battered. I can only imagine
off.
the embarrassment, the
Wow.
emotions, the pain that Miss Imani Ellis suffered.
Wow.
Now, in this case,
Old mate needs some spray on hair.
there was
Would you pay?
overwhelming testimony that Miss
Finke,
Ellis
Finke.
was working as a security guard at the time of the incident. There's no question. She was in full uniform. She had a badge on. Even the defendant admitted, yes, I understood that this person was a security guard. And there has to be some level of respect. These are not doormen or doorwomen. The defendant, when she came to the building, instead of listening to the plaintiff, to listening to her commands,
Nah, man.
you know, you
That's
gotta do
not
this,
it.
you gotta do that. Please leave the building. Different commands were given to her, which none were followed.
Wow.
Instead, the defendant thought that, Miss Ellis was on her phone. She was telling people that I'm here. These were the thoughts that were going through her head at the time, and she's testified to those. However, that's not
That's
the case. Miss Ellis testified that she's never had a fight before. She's never done anything to harm anybody. She's never had
What's
any
wrong
fight
with
with
you?
anybody. And her mother and her grandmother also testified. She's a model citizen. She's a hardworking person, and she simply, her whole goal of doing this
Was to get 24
to be
mil.
here and sit here and go through this is so she could move on with her life.
Nah,
Sometimes
man.
people have to be heard.
Nah,
Be heard. So
man.
by you
Have
all
fucking
being here
ching.
and hearing everything that's going on, you have given her a sense of closure where she can move on and go on to the next step and the next phase. She's only 32 years old and she has plans. She has plans to do other things in her life. So we're very thankful that you gave us that opportunity. Each and every one of you, we're very thankful. The other thing I wanted to mention is the phone. It would be impossible for someone to be videotaping someone and be on a phone call at the same time. I tried it myself. And the error message that you would get if you tried it is recording video is not available while on the call. So it couldn't be, the two of them couldn't be done at the same time. Miss Ellis told Cardi B multiple times, I am not recording you. I am not telling anybody that you are here. I'm simply doing my job. And instead of maybe agreeing or investigating further, Miss Almanzar, Cardi B got angry and started yelling and cursing and spitting on Miss Ellis and calling her different words, using the N-word to disrespect her, calling her the B-word, calling her fat, anything to try to trigger her and make her upset and embarrass her sometimes words are more painful than the physical. And to add insult to injury, she then
To add insult to injury, misstates facts not in evidence because there was no testimony from the people who were there that anybody had spit on their face. Dickhead. Wow. Wonder what his cut is. How much would a civil attorney usually get? 24 mil. Even if it's 5%. Wow, I should not have started that sentence. 10% of 24 mil is 2.4 mil. So let's say the cut was 5%. That's 1.2 mil.
cut her face and caused a scar on her face. And what happened then? Miss Ellis
Huge
had to go
incentive.
see different doctors.
Maybe you can go to law school with that.
Did read about Dr. Scher a sentence that basically that there's this undisputed Dr. Scher died, and Miss Ellis basically testified that initially, a couple months after the incident, she saw Dr. McKenzie, a psychologist, through her workers' compensation. She was given that. She got 7 visits with that doctor. During that time, she also saw Dr. Scher, who was another plastic surgeon. Unfortunately, we don't have him here. We don't have his records because he passed away. So that's why that was read to you in open court, so that it's some sense of fairness. Why there's no records from Dr. Scher.
Objection, Your Honor.
Then we learned throughout the case that when Cardi B came to the building,
He's just barreling on. What's the point of objection sustained with no admonishment? That's weird. I guess it just tells a message to the jury that what he just said was inappropriate and the judge agrees, I guess. Hey, Patricia, good to see you. 69's in the chat for Patricia because she's our 69 queen, being 69 years old. I'm not sure about her practices in the bedroom. Maybe.
she caused a disturbance. She caused a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, going crazy, yelling and screaming to the point where 2 other witnesses, the Miss Malcolm, which was the secretary of the doctor, and Dr.
Thanks, Princey.
David Finke, was so
Let me
loud
drop one too.
that those 2 people came out after about 40 to 50 seconds. Now, the issue with that is
Yes.
those 2 witnesses didn't see the 4 things that happened before that, which happened in the 40 to 50 seconds before. So yes, they're witnesses, but they're not witnesses to that first part, that first segment, which would include taking a swing at Miss Ellis, spitting on Miss Ellis, calling her the N-word, and ultimately cutting her face. None of that was seen by those 2 witnesses. So yeah, they're witnesses, but they're witnesses to the aftermath. They're witnesses to what happened after.
Fresh babe.
They're not
So
eyewitnesses. They don't know what really happened. And when they arrived, Miss Ellis was so upset. Can you imagine all those 4 things happening? Being disrespected, embarrassed, who knows what else happened? All of that was done to her, and she still was able to contain herself to a certain degree. But yeah, sure. I mean, naturally, she was angry. She was emotional. So when these 2 witnesses come out of their offices, they can only see an angry person. They didn't see what led up to that, and they had some.
Juju, you're I can't. Oh, that's so funny. Or your enraged types. I'm like, what is he actually trying to say? Because the B has her phone in IBH in Cardi. Cardi is grill. Yeah, that's why he's here too. It's so good. It's so good. Everybody scroll back and look at Juju's successive messages. So good, Juju. Are you rage tweeting? I'm glad you didn't dirty delete that shit, man.
Assume that it's her fault, maybe, or that she did something wrong. But again, those 2 witnesses didn't really see much. They saw something.
I just saw it in the chat screen on YouTube.
And then you
rather
have
than
Miss
Studio.
Malcolm, who decided on her own. This was her choice to squeeze herself in between the 2 people. Well, that's a risk that she took. And if she somehow got a cut to her face or a scratch or something, well, we don't know who did that. We really don't know. She didn't even know.
Oh, she's
Miss
falling.
Malcolm testified
Oh my
that
God.
she did not know.
Oh,
who scratched her
Cardi.
face. She has no idea.
Oh, babe. She must have had the worst night's sleep yesterday. Wait, did you see that? Oh, darling, I love her so much. Wait, I gotta get to this. She just fell asleep. Watch Cardi.
Her choice to squeeze herself in between the 2 people. Well, that's a risk that she took. And if she somehow got a cut to her face or a scratch or something, well, we don't know who did that. We really don't know. She didn't even know. Miss Malcolm testified.
I wonder
that
if she's
she did not
faking. No,
know
she's actually
who
asleep.
scratched her face. She has no
Oh,
idea.
babe.
What does that mean? It could be from either one. It could be from the commotion that's going on. These things happen so fast, we have no real idea as to what really happened. Unfortunately, there was no video camera.
Oh
There was
God,
no
she's
other witnesses
struggling.
that actually saw it. So it really comes down to one thing. Do you believe Miss Ellis? Why not? You should. She's a hard-working security guard. She was doing her job with no prior anything.
She needs to get up and have a stretch break. Du, du, du.
At some point during the trial, the defendant showed you Exhibit 232. If you all remember this photograph, Exhibit 232. This is a photograph. Now, the issue with this photograph is there's really no way to know the date that this photograph was taken. There's no way to know. We don't know when it was taken. There is no proof of when this photograph was taken. It could have been taken at any time, before or after the
She
incident.
had security
It
weight.
could have been, and in this case,
That's mean. Get the camera
defendant
off her.
testified that this photograph was taken on the date of the incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
That was her testimony. But where's the proof? Do you really believe that a celebrity can't prove when this photograph was taken? She testified that this photograph was taken at the All-Star, NBA All-Star game. There's no proof of that anywhere. That's just false. There is proof of
Oh,
when this
she's
photograph
proper
was taken.
asleep.
It just wasn't given to us. It wasn't provided to us. So we can't rely on this photograph because there's no date on this photograph.
That's great. Tim and Buster are playing with. Tim and Poppy are playing with Buster. Is that your best friend? Is that your best friend? You love him so much. Buster and Tim are the best of friends. They sleep together every night, curled up together. They're best friends. Tim loves them. He plays with them. He'll do chases with them and stuff.
The next thing that Miss Ellis did is she made an incident report. 2 days after the incident, Miss Ellis wrote an email to her boss and followed what she was supposed to do to explain all of the details of what happened to her. And she did follow company policy and did what they asked her to do. She called her supervisor, made an incident report, and did everything possible to document all of the different things that happened to her on that date of February 24th, 2018.
You got a toy. Poppy's got a duck. One of her
The
toys.
other important issue.
Wait. Poppy, come back. Pause.
Cardi B
Wait, Cardi B,
testified that
wait.
she came
Sorry,
to the
man.
building-
Wait. Poppy, come back with your toy. Poppy. No, you're not Poppy. Buster, get down. I want to show the kids Poppy. Poppy, come here. This side. Come on, Poppy, get show Poppy. Buster, you're Buster. Buster, just wait. Poppy, come on. Come, Poppy. No, Buster, you're Buster. Poppy, come on this side. Busty. Wait. Poppy, come back with your toy. Poppy, come here. Show everyone your toy. Come on. Can you see? Oh, that's they have so many toys, so many soft cuddlies. Okay, back to court. Sorry, not sorry. Cute.
That means downstairs of the building, she had a security guard with her, Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, that's her security guard. He didn't testify. in
We have
this case.
so many.
Why not? Where is
And
he?
different
Disappeared?
birds.
Miss Ellis testified that when she saw this security guard downstairs in the lobby, she met with him there. Mr. Newton apologized for what happened. Mr. Newton should have testified in this case and could have testified in this case, but he didn't. And there is a jury instruction, KC jury instruction 203. which deals
Excellent,
with the
Natalie.
party having
Nat.
the power to produce better evidence. The jury instruction states, you may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If the party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. That's what the law is. So where is Mr. Newton? I don't know. He was on the witness list. He should have came here and testified. another important fact is, if a witness is not credible on one point, you can disregard their entire testimony.
I found
When
everybody
you go back into the jury
on the
room, you will have
defense side.
all of these different jury
What's your point?
instructions.
What's
And
your point?
each jury instruction
Yuck.
will be there for you where you can read and understand
talk?
what the law is and how it applies to this case.
Go get your duck. Where's your toy?
And
Where's your toy?
as I told you before, testimony is evidence, and you can rely on testimony alone to come up with your verdict. KC 107 states, do not make any decision simply because there were more witnesses on one side than on the other side. If you believe it to be true, the testimony of a single witness is enough to prove a fact. So in this case, you've heard from different witnesses. Just because one side may have more witnesses or less, that's not how it works.
Puppy.
One witness is sufficient to prove a fact.
Good. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody.
You initially heard that Ms. Ellis saw the Dr. Nicole McKenzie. Dr. McKenzie testified she's a psychologist. She treated the patient in her office between her and other providers in her office, a total of 7 visits for a period of 8 months. Ms. Ellis did seek psychological care and received it. She also, as I said, went to Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher advised her that he could not do the plastic surgery for a couple reasons. One is you have to wait at least a year. You have to wait at least 1 year, 1 to 2 years, to determine if the scar will become a keloid. I'm sorry, if the cut will become a keloid, if it will become a scar. Sometimes it may go away on its own. In this case, it did not go away. After that
Acne.
time period,
Scarring.
we all remember that in April of 2020, the pandemic occurred. We had this pandemic outbreak where everything was closed. You can't just go and have elective surgery. So the case was delayed. Medical treatment was delayed. That's why Ms. Ellis waited. Another factor is affordability. She had to find a doctor. We had to help her find a doctor that was willing to work on a lien basis. Dr. Mulliken testified that he would agree to that he treated her on a lien basis. What that means is she still owes the money. However, in a court case, what happens is the doctor will agree to treat the patient and delay payment. They delay getting paid. That's what Dr. Mulliken did. Dr. Mulliken testified that he fully examined Ms. Ellis. He then
Thanks, everyone,
decided,
for being here
with his expertise
together.
as a board-certified plastic surgeon, that it would be beneficial for Ms. Ellis to have plastic surgery and have this done in a surgery center. 2 different surgeries were done over a period of 3 to 4 months, so that Ms. Ellis could. There were 2 issues. She had hypersensitivity, a little bit of hypersensitivity, and also, as a woman, she doesn't want to have a scar to her face. And
I think
all the time, every day,
she
waking up in the
had
morning,
3
looking in the mirror.
issues: hypersensitivity, something that he said, and greed. Speculation.
Remembering the event, it reminded her. It does remind. Now, the defendant had the ability to hire their own plastic surgeon and have their own expert witness.
I'm sorry. Oh,
And in this case, the defendant decided not to hire one. So what does that mean? What that means is you really got
My
to
dude's
take
got
what
some
Dr. Mulliken
sideburns.
says with a lot of importance, a lot of truth. There is no other doctor from the defense side. They could have spent money and hired somebody and had them testify here and tell us, yeah, Dr. Mulliken's work is no good, or she could have done something different, but we don't
Right,
have that here.
Princey?
You have one doctor on the plaintiff side basically explaining all of his expert opinions. And he's a board-certified plastic surgeon for 30 years. He's affiliated with UCLA, and even testified that he, in his career currently, does teach medical students at UCLA to help them in their careers of becoming plastic surgeons themselves.
Major cash grab, man. 24 mil.
Now, when you
Pause. So, my favorite part is, assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence. I'm not sure about the negligence, but obviously false imprisonment is the one that they're going to get, hung up on, because clearly false imprisonment. Mhm.
When you go back into the jury room, you will see Dr. Mulligan's records.
It looks
and bills,
grubby to me.
That are
Yeah, man. 24 mil is what
part of this
those.
case. They're
Pause.
admitted.
Sorry. That's what they stipulated to. So 24 million, guys. 24 million. Sorry, they're having rumbles. Hey, guys. 24 mil stipulated. So for a non-existent, like for, as Princey said, for imaginary scratches. And yes, Simi, she picked that fight with Cardi B 100%. She definitely provoked Cardi. Like Cardi said, why are you filming me? And she's like, oh, my bad. Wow. 24
evidence,
mil.
and you will see his medical report, and you will see his medical bills. Those are admitted into evidence. You'll have that in the jury room, so you can see it for yourselves.
Guys, what are you doing?
And
You want to go outside?
if you remember, even Dr.
Puppy.
Rosenberg had testified that he has seen Dr. Mulligan in other cases. He's been an expert in other cases, working alongside
Oh,
Dr. Mulligan. And this
my
is
God.
a very well-respected doctor. He went to Yale Medical School. Even Dr. Rosenberg testified that he had impressive credentials. He acknowledged that fact. And the other thing that I wanted to
how long is this going to
discuss,
be?
the
I'm
thing-
speeding this dickhead up.
The Cardi B testified that most of the time she would have long fingernails of 3 inches. But that's her style. That's what she did. And in this case, not only did she have these long, sharp fingernails, she also had rhinestones. If you remember Dr. Finke, he was a fingernail.
Kinky Finky. We
that
know
was his
Finky.
name. And
We love
basically said
Finke.
he remembers the rhinestones. That they
He
were
loves cats and nails.
protruding. They were raised.
I talked over that. Wait. What did he say?
He was a fingernail. That was his thing. And he basically said he remembers the rhinestones, that they were protruding. They were raised. When Cardi B testified, she acknowledged that she refused to listen to Miss Ellis, who was a security guard on duty at the time. There was also testimony by Cardi B that the two of them were chest to chest touching. This was a touching that Miss Ellis didn't want. Miss Ellis didn't want to be connected to Cardi B physically, but Cardi B made that happen, and that's an unlawful.
No,
If that alone,
sir.
aside from the rest.
No,
That alone,
no, no.
Cardi B admitted to that fact. She said that.
No, no. Amani Ellis backed her up against the wall. Cardi was retreating. Stand your ground. For goodness sake, sir. The gaslighting.
Is what I did. I was chest to chest with Miss Ellis. Cardi B even testified that she was yelling and screaming so much that she acknowledged that it was possible that her spit went on to Miss Ellis. That was in the testimony.
She didn't say that either. Fuck off. Fuck out of here.
When Miss Ellis told Cardi B to leave the building, she should have left the building. Miss Ellis was hired by the owner of the building to keep the building secure and safe for tenants and other patients and visitors. Cardi B refused to listen to the security guard who was working there. At some point, Cardi
Girl
B
needs a
caused
bump.
such disturbance that what she was doing was trespassing. You cannot be on the property when the owner or an extension of the owner tells you have to leave. You have to leave. Miss Ellis's mother, Leanne Schmidt, testified. She testified that Miss Ellis obtained the scar to her left cheek as a result of this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she saw changes in her daughter after this incident. Same with Miss Ellis's grandmother, Diane Schmidt. She also testified that she recalled seeing the scar.
I mean, they have a
after this
vested interest, don't
and that
they?
she
Che fucking
noticed a
ching.
marked difference in Miss Ellis after the incident. That's her granddaughter. The defense put on a Dr. Rosenberg, who was a hired gun, received $40,000 for this case and makes millions of dollars in this type of work. He criticized the Kaiser Hospital for not writing down that Miss Ellis had emotional injuries when
That was 40 grand.
Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge.
Oh, no, in the closing
Dr.
argument.
Rosenberg testified that
Stop it. He didn't. Sir, we've had vulva, we've had pap smear. We don't need vaginal discharge in the closing arguments. Maybe that's his fetish. Oh, wow.
when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge in 2022, Dr. Rosenberg testified that there was an inconsistency when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser and didn't tell them about her emotional injuries. Why I'm bringing this up is very simple. When someone goes
Because I love
to
vaginal
an orthopedic
discharge.
surgeon, they don't talk about dental
Don't
injuries.
clip it.
When someone goes
He
to a
loves it.
gynecologist, they don't talk about emotional injuries. What really
Vaginal.
happens is when someone goes to a psychologist or psychiatrist, they tell them about their emotional injuries. When someone goes to a dentist, they tell them about their broken teeth. When someone goes to an
That's
orthopedic surgeon, they tell them about their neck pain, back pain, their left foot pain, left ankle pain.
What are we
This
doing
idea
here?
that every time you go to the
Oh.
doctor, no matter what specialty, you have to cover all these things. It's
With
not real. It's
vaginal
not real life.
discharge.
Some of the doctors will even
Vaginal.
say, "Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm not writing it down."
We don't want to know. Sir.
We've all gone to doctors, and we all know when we go to a specialist, we'll focus on why we're there. Miss Ellis
Is
went
he?
to Kaiser Permanente Hospital for vaginal discharge in 2022, and different things throughout her time there. She didn't go there for
Dude
emotional
should
injuries.
stop being
She
a
didn't go to
lawyer.
psychiatric
Dude should
care
stop
there.
saying
She didn't
vaginal
psychological care there.
discharge.
None of that. So for Dr. Rosenberg to sit there and tell us there's inconsistencies because in Kaiser she didn't tell him about the emotional injuries, it just doesn't make sense.
Grass. I'm not sure, but I
I want to
wasn't
talk a little bit more
expecting
about
that.
Miss Malcolm. So I just want to remind you that when Miss Malcolm came out, 40 to 50 seconds had already transpired. She came to the aftermath. I know I've already said that, but I really want to hammer this home that she is not a witness to what happened before. It's like a car accident. There's two cars, they have an accident. If a third car comes down the road a minute later and hits them, it's completely
I think he
different.
should
It
have
has nothing to do with
shaved.
it. So that was inserted into this case, in a sense, to muddy the waters, kind of cloud what really happened. What really happened here in this case is Miss Ellis was working as a security guard. She had to be there. She was working as a security guard. And Cardi B came along and thought she's above the law. She could do and say whatever she wants and attack Miss Ellis emotionally,
No.
physically, and do whatever she wants in a building, which is inappropriate. We all
Can we get an explanation about what was the imprisonment? False imprisonment. We have questions.
we all know that when we go to a building, you got to be respectful, especially to security guards that are working there. These are not just doormen or doorwomen opening the door for you. You have to follow along with what they say. Next, we heard from Dr. Finke. I want to talk about inconsistency. There was an
Loves a good
inconsistency between
think.
Malcolm and Finke. Malcolm
Finke.
said, "I don't know how I got this scratch on my forehead. I don't know. Dr. Finke comes out and says that
Finke said,
Malcolm
"Show me your
told
name."
him that Ellis had scratched her face. That's not true. That was never said. So this, if you remember, this is a 7.5-year-old incident, and that's a few thousand days ago. It takes a lot of time. to
Tell us
pass,
the
and
number again. You know you love that
an
number.
incident
Your
can be
favorite
perceived
number.
differently.
2,741 days.
Miss Malcolm could have perceived it one way, and Dr. Finke could have perceived it one way. But again, same problem with him is when he came, everything already been done. The whole incident already happened. The injury was already complete, and really, this comes down to believing Miss Ellis. She gave you no reason not to. She's been truthful through me and through herself and through her witnesses to give you whatever is there, to provide for you all that she could with the
Don't
things that
believe
she has
Miss
available
Ellis.
to her, so that you could give her the peace of mind, the closure. And yes, she is asking to be compensated for the loss that she's
Pig
She lost
compensated.
something, and by you compensating her with money damages, you're
My
then
Buster.
evening the playing
Sorry,
field,
Buster.
giving her what she
Sorry,
lost back.
Buster.
So she's not trying to gain something that she's not entitled to. Unfortunately, she was abused, she was harmed, she was battered by Cardi B, and Cardi B needs to pay for that and needs to be accountable. We need to hold her accountable. We should not just let her walk away and say, "Oh, everything you did was okay," and yeah, do it again.
What's this sound effect?
Miss Shorty, you're muted. Miss Shorty, you're muted.
Now, in
Oh,
addition
Miss
to seeing the two plastic surgeons and Dr. McKinsey, Miss Ellis also received another 12 visits. She testified that she saw a psychologist, Dr. Avila, and other people.
Can we let's wrap this up. Text notes.
The other thing that Cardi B failed to do or could have done is she could have filed a cross complaint.
Objection, Your Honor.
Dude, what are you doing here?
And then I want to go over a little bit about the medical bills. So you don't have to get it exact. It doesn't have to be an exact number. But there was testimony in this case that Miss Ellis had $17,500 in medical bills from Dr. Mulliken, the plastic surgeon, and another $18,000 in psychological care for work comp and other things. There was also testimony from Dr. Mulliken that he believed Miss Ellis could benefit from one more surgical procedure, another one, to make it better. The cost of that was $15,000.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
The $15,000 that would be paid for that would, in Dr. Mulliken's expert opinion, it would make the scar better, meaning it would reduce. It would. Basically, what I'm saying is there's still some scar on her face, and if you want to look at it, you're more than welcome. You can have her walk around. You can look at it for yourself. There is still some scar on her face.
No.
It's still there. It still bothers her. So that's why I'm asking that not only you give her the $17,500 in her past medical bills for the scar, that you give her another $15,000 for the future scar revision treatment. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be.
She didn't even have this. It
scratched
didn't
and cut
happen.
and spit on, all these things. All of the things that happened to Miss Ellis are they're wrong, and we want to make this wrong right. And how can we do that? Through each one. You have the power to make this wrong right and close the books for Miss Ellis so she can move on with her life as
Get
much
her
as
in
she
the
possibly
red.
could.
No,
And
the
yes,
black.
The
Get
only
her in
way
the
to do
black.
that right now, for today's purposes, is to reimburse her for the losses that she sustained. Those are the medical bills, the past.
24 million.
The other thing that is an important way of compensating
Oh
Miss
my
Ellis
God.
is for her pain and suffering.
God damn.
In every case where there's medical bills and there's medical damages, component of that is pain and suffering. There is really no way, there's no exact math to that. So for instance, if you said, I want to give her the $17,500, I want to give her the $15,000, and I want to give her another $250,000 for pain and suffering, you are allowed to do that. It is a number that you can come up with. During the 7.5 years that she's been suffering, you may say, I would like to give her $100 a day. For 1 year, that's $36,000. And for 7 years, that comes up to $270,000. We're not looking for millions of dollars like the defendant said. That's not what we're looking for. We're really looking for
Not a
a
professional.
simple amount of money that can make her whole, give her something that's fair so she can get some form of compensation. Some
24
form of
mil.
move on with her
I'm
life. That is all
going to
we're
say
asking.
24 mil will do it. Are we done? Nope. Text notes.
So when you go into the
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
and the verdict form will basically state it covers all of the different areas of this case. The first section A is the assault and battery. They are in a sense separate because the assault is the swing and the battery is the scratch and cut to her face. However, it's very clear. Did plaintiff Imani Ellis prove all of the following elements of a battery? And then it goes down and breaks it down. Defendant-
Oh, Juju feels very strongly no.
Harm or offend Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis did not consent to being touched. Miss Ellis was harmed or offended by Miss Almanzar's conduct. A reasonable person in Miss Ellis' situation would have been offended by the touching. I would say that yes. All
Pause. Yeah, Hope 8 Fear. She filed it just in time before the statute of limitations ran out. Easy. Also, just after the treating doctor, the treating specialist for those traumatic injuries, passed away. Apparently, they stipulated to it. Apparently, there was some argument, some motions about whether he was dead or not. Dude,
4 of those have been done here. So when you get to that question, there is going to be on the right side. It's not broken down into 4 parts. It's all as a whole. So if you want to give money damages to Miss Ellis, you would check yes. Okay, and then you go to the next question. Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? And again, it breaks down for you the 5 different parts. Miss Ellis acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or offensive manner. Miss Ellis did not consent to Miss Almanzar's conduct. Miss Ellis was harmed, and Miss Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis's harm. Again, if you want to give her money damages, you would check yes. That would be page 2, both of those. Then you have question number 3. Did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of self-defense? So the defense is trying to argue that all the things that Miss Almanzar did were in self-defense. There's no testimony of self-defense here. In fact, Miss Almanzar herself, her position was, I didn't touch anybody and nobody touched me. So self-defense, no. You would say no. Then you can go, then question number 4 speaks about the damages that you suffered. Past medical expenses. That's where you would put in an amount of money through the testimony that you heard and through all the exhibits. You would put an amount of money that you believe Miss Ellis incurred in this incident. So you'll have in the jury room exhibit number 4. You'll have exhibit number 4 in marked at the bottom right corner.
It's absolutely
4-1.
a waste of time and resources, and poor Cardi B and the stress and the you know, Cardi B's got 3 kids now, so she's a mother and she's trying to run her career as well, but ultimately she comes out smelling like roses and quite an iconic popular culture. Like, it only helped to benefit Cardi in the long run, in my opinion. Like, who doesn't love Cardi B now? Except for that guy Miguel that came into our chat yesterday. Imagine trolling our little chat with a Cardi B's guilty, corrupt.
Through exhibit 4-6, and then it will skip over and you'll go to the bills, which will be 4-13, 4-14, and 4-15. You combine all
24
these
mil
bills,
is a lot.
you will get
Pay this lying
$16,500.
rat.
So past medical expenses would be $16,500. That would be what you would write there if you want to give her the cost.
But then you'll
of
mute
plastic
me
surgery
too,
she had to go through
Juju.
up until now.
Here, let's
The
do this
future economic
fucking
losses,
dickhead.
the
I
future
can't have
costs.
Juju muting us.
Dr. Mulligan stated
No
that
way.
Miss Ellis 30 suffered from that.
He's still rabbiting on.
Some suffered.
Wow. He's still going. I agree, Princey. She did show incredible grace.
Days. So there's different areas. Maybe you'll say,
Oh my
"Well, I
God,
don't
why
really
is he
believe there
still
was this,
talking?
But I believe there was that. So anywhere on the form, we would ask that you
Okay, champ. Does it say do we have closed captions for me as well? God, if I say cunt, does it say cunt? He's still talking. Oh my God. Okay, have we made it? Did we? I think we made it. Juju, you can
What are
unmute.
we going to say? I'm not going to agree with
I
this.
ignored him. I didn't talk to him.
Okay. All right,
Wait, are we missing something spicy? Oh my God, we can't miss the spicy shit. What's happening? See? That's pretty cool, Juju.
What we all went through, but that's why I was overruling the objection.
Wait, okay. We'll have
each
to look.
individually for being here. Each
Sorry.
of you as individual judges, we're thanking you very much. Thank you so much for hearing the story as to what Miss Imani Ellis went through, and I'm asking
Sorry,
you to
this
reward
bit. Done.
Miss Ellis
I promise you.
an amount of money that you think is fair
I'm not
that will make her
gaslighting
whole
you.
for the losses that she suffered in this case. Thank you very much.
Woo!
You okay? You want to take a break? You okay? Okay. All right.
She's like, yeah,
Proceed.
man. Let's keep
You know
going.
what? I would think a break would be appropriate.
So, you know, want a break? We got started late. Okay. Why don't we take a short break?
Wow.
Why don't we resume back at 11:25? In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, do another jury, or form any opinions, or do any research. We'll see you at 10:25. Or sorry, 11:25.
What? What are you all doing? What are you all doing? This fucking guy. I want to just hear the tea. We'll just do 10-second scoops.
It's generally not proper to include yourself in terms of what we all went through, but that's why I was overruling the objections. One note, and is this grandmother here?
Yep.
Ma'am, can I have you step forward? Can I have you step forward?
Fuselman's not having it. With all respect.
And ma'am, you were previously sworn. You understand you're still under oath? Did you have any conversations with alternate number 1 on Wednesday? The woman on the corner?
Is this the grandma?
The woman.
Uh-oh.
You don't recall any interaction with her?
She sat next to me and she was waiting on a break, but we didn't speak.
You didn't speak with her? Okay. So you didn't talk to her about the trial at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. You're just seeing, we thought that there may have been some discussion between the two of you. You don't recall that? Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Something else?
Yes, Your Honor. Although you cautioned counsel that he can't argue things that are not in the evidence, he repeatedly did.
Yes, he did.
Started talking about Dr. Avila's treatment, even though he was excluded. Over and over and over again. And all the jury sees is me objecting and Your Honor sustaining it. I would request that you admonish the jury to disregard all the statements that you sustained objections to. I would also ask that you assign misconduct to counsel and that he be reprimanded because this has just been ongoing.
Okay, we can discuss.
I want to respond.
Well, let me do this. I will give further instruction to the jury about that the argument of counsel is not evidence and that they should disregard any comments that were not supported by the evidence. I will give that instruction. We can discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC after the trial for any alleged comment. Okay.
Lauren, may I please say one thing?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of professional rules. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay. Why don't we? I don't want to do that.
Well, I have to say something about it.
You don't. I said we'll discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC and we can address it then. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Wait, so that photo of Cardi, they stipulated, did they, that it was taken then? And then he argued to the jury that they don't know? So basically he went back on the stipulation deal. I feel like that's not cool. That doesn't feel like etiquette, decorum. You did say that, Simi. Huh. Yeah. Okay. Is that all the tea? Yeah. Looks like it. Okay.
Plaintiff's counsel mentioned any facts that weren't presented in the.
Wait.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back in the Ellis matter. Counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate.
Let me
And,
slow this down a bit.
before
We're on
we start
1.5
with
still.
defense closing argument. You heard a number of objections during plaintiff's closing. Some were procedural or evidentiary in nature, but some of them were based on facts that weren't introduced during the trial. And so that's why I was sustaining those objections to the extent the plaintiff's counsel mentioned any facts that weren't presented in evidence during the trial. Please disregard any and all of those facts.
You can't put that shit back in the horse,
that
mate.
weren't actually accepted into evidence during the trial. Okay. All right. With that, defense can give their closing.
Oh, we kind of like him, don't we? Fuselman. He's no Jennifer Dorrow. He's no Judge Laura Crivello, but
Good morning, everyone.
he's no Rupert.
I'd like
Rupert.
to start by thanking all of you for taking
Stephen
the time
Everett.
to participate as jurors. This is how our system works, and it wouldn't work without jurors. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of both Cardi, my colleagues, and myself. I'd like to just mention quickly that counsel argued that Cardi swore and used profanities in the courtroom and that was disrespectful. Actually, all she was doing was repeating under oath what was said. In fact, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff, used profanities to describe what she heard. Counsel used profanities, and I have to admit I used profanities, but just to tell you what was supposedly said. Cardi has never gratuitously sworn at any point in this courtroom, and the suggestion that you should be prejudiced against her because of that, it's just unfounded and offensive. Last Monday, it seems like it's a lot longer ago, but last Monday in the opening statement, I told you what I expected the evidence would be. And I told you that you can treat my statements and counsel's statements as promises of what they were going to show. And that I would ask you at some point today to decide who kept their promises and who didn't. I
Taking
also told
photos
you
of
that I
all
would
the
have a
three
second
pets on their
chance
beds together.
to talk to you directly after all the evidence is in. The evidence is in. Witnesses have testified that exhibits have been admitted. And if you remember, the judge told you the first day that the way trials work is that bits and pieces of evidence come in. This is my opportunity to tell you how we think those bits and pieces come together and how they
My
establish.
phone's very
that,
dirty. Wait,
Cardi,
but I'll show you anyway. You can't judge me for how dirty my phone screen is. Oh, maybe I can't deal with that. Hang on. Wait, I'm trying to do something else. Oh my goodness. Can you see them? Oh, the friends, the kids. Buster's like, why are you sitting next to Poppy? I thought we were besties. Look at them. Timmy's all settled down now. I'll take another photo in a second, but Poppy will run at me. So it was very rare that I get a good photo with Poppy in it because she always runs at the camera instead of sitting there quietly. I'm like, fuck, Poppy, just direct a photo. She's doing it now. She came over. Poppy, I was going to take a photo of you kids.
Cardi's
Hi, baby.
First, there's a couple of things I ask that you keep in mind throughout the rest of the trial. If you remember, Judge Fusselman told you last Monday morning that the reason we have juries is because they have diverse backgrounds and they have common sense. He reiterated how important common sense was when he said, we just need you to exercise common sense and evaluate, is this witness being consistent? Is this witness saying things, something that doesn't seem true? And does this piece of evidence fit in with all the other pieces that have been presented in this case?
Just got cuter.
I respectfully suggest to you that using your common sense, there's only one possible outcome in this case, and that is a decision in favor of Cardi. Now, you'll be instructed that plaintiff bears the burden of proof of establishing her claim. She must convince you that the evidence shows that by 50% or more, her claims are valid.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, white man, white hair man. There's method to my madness. Look at them now. Poppy and Timmy cuddled up. Oh, wait, I can't do it. There we go. Aren't they so cute? Okay, back to court. Back to court. Enough with the friends.
Now, there's another way of putting it is, and you'll see this in the jury instructions that you get from the judge, if plaintiff fails to prove that her version of what happened is more likely than not what did in fact happen, you must decide the case in Cardi's favor. The concept of a preponderance of the evidence can be demonstrated on this slide. That's 50-50. That's where the plaintiff has put on as much evidence of as the defendant of a fact, and you'll see that that's where people talk about the 51%. But it is crucial to keep in mind that plaintiff doesn't start at 50%, she starts at 0. She has to raise that needle from 0 to 50% and more. She has to go beyond 50%, or you have to find for Cardi. Third, there is no dispute that there was yelling and some curse words in the hallway at the medical building around 1:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2018. But the judge will provide you with the jury instructions. In fact, he already has. That arguing, yelling, even using profanity is not something you can sue over. That's just part of normal life, and that is what we're supposed to bear.
Amen.
In fact, that would be crazy that someone could sue if they caused someone else to use profanity. The question really is whether Cardi ever struck plaintiff, and who caused this confrontation? Who caused the incident? And the answer is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly proves that Cardi did not strike plaintiff, and Cardi did not cause this encounter. As a result, plaintiff has failed to establish, by the evidence you heard last week, that by a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that Cardi was the cause. The way I'm going to try and do this in a very organized fashion, and the way I'm going to do it is going to be demonstrated by
Hopefully
Miss
more
Shorty.
organised than old mate on the plaintiff side.
So we have on the left-hand side plaintiff's evidence, then on the right-hand side defendant's evidence. Now, plaintiff started with her own testimony. Last Monday, she testified under oath. Importantly, though, in plaintiff's evidence, she never called as a witness either Tiara Malcolm or Dr. Finke, both of whom were present.
Objection, Your Honor.
Both of whom were present at this very time of the incident. Now, plaintiff's evidence, plaintiff's testimony, and we should keep in mind that just because plaintiff says something doesn't make it true. Okay? She has her version, but the fact that she alone says it does not actually make it true. And later this morning, maybe stretch into afternoon, I'll tell you, or I'll identify the many inconsistencies in plaintiff's story over the course of this litigation, actually going back to February 26, 2018, when she did her incident report. In the meantime, plaintiff claims that she was assaulted and
2,741
scratched
days
or
ago.
cut on February 24, 2018. The plaintiff did not see a doctor. She didn't go to an emergency room. She didn't call the police or make a police report. And she actually testified she did not know if the scratch that has supposedly ruined her life was even bleeding. She also testified last week that she didn't even put a Band-Aid on this scratch. What did she do? She claims that Cardi mauled her, basically, cut her face, and this woman went home, and what did she do? She took a nap. That was her own testimony. She took a nap. The fact that on February 24, 2018, plaintiff just went home and took a nap is corroborated by plaintiff's own T-bill, cell phone records for that day. As you'll see, and this was an admitted exhibit, you'll be able to see it, it's exhibit 200. She gets calls and she and makes calls from 11:20 a.m. all the way to 3:35 p.m. and then nothing until 9:08. That's when she took her nap. That's what she did. She didn't call a doctor. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't put a Band-Aid on her face. She took a nap. Now, importantly, when plaintiff testified as her own first witness in her case, she admitted that in 2021, she hit her head in a car accident. She's put on no proof that that wasn't the source of the scar, which is a pretty obvious reason that she would have a scar if she had one. And importantly, 2021, a car accident in 2021 is after plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April 2018 that Cardi almost touched her with a fingernail. Not touched her with a fingernail, and I'll talk more about that later, but almost touched her. So after the plaintiff tells Dr. McKenna, her workers' comp physician or psychologist, that Cardi almost touched her, plaintiff was then in a car accident, hit her head, and that's when she went to Dr. Mulligan. She went to plastic surgery 4 years later after being in a car accident.
Objection on this case.
Pretty useless visual, but we got
also
one.
Testified, by the way, that she was in another
There's no
accident
Georgia
in
Kappelman.
2023 and filed another lawsuit over that one. Plaintiff has argued, and he said again today that plaintiff's counsel has argued and said again today that plaintiff has some special status as a security guard. But she testified she became a security guard by having her fingerprints taken and sent to the California. That's it. That doesn't make her a policeman. Also importantly, when testifying last Monday, plaintiff admitted that she knew on February 24, 2018, that Cardi was in the medical building because Cardi was going to a medical appointment. Plaintiff's own testimony establishes that at 1:30 p.m. on that Saturday, plaintiff could have been at that security guard booth that counsel showed you a photograph of. She could have been on her rounds, going through the whole building. She could have been in parking, checking, because that's what security guards do. But plaintiff, who has testified she was a fan, just happened to be outside Dr. Finke's office when Cardi B was showing up to see an obstetrician. From those facts alone, you can infer that she was actually laying in wait. She wanted to photograph and videotape Cardi.
Laying in wait.
Able to post it on YouTube, maybe start a new career, be a follower. I don't know. But from the facts you've seen and heard in this case, she very well could have done that on purpose. But even if we assume that plaintiff just happened to run into Cardi B in a 5-story building that afternoon, plaintiff testified that she knew Cardi thought that plaintiff was using plaintiff's phone to tell someone that Cardi was there and to videotape her.
Absolutely.
What would a reasonable person do at that point? By her own testimony, plaintiff had the chance to be professional and avoid all of this by putting her phone away. That's all she had to do. But the evidence is she kept that phone in her hand all the way through as she advanced on Cardi B and forced her into a corner in the hallway where
false imprisonment
found her. Plaintiff also testified that after she was fired as a security guard, she got a new job that paid more money. That's why you don't hear any claim for lost wages or anything like that. She was better off. that summarizes what plaintiff testified to, and I'll talk later about the inconsistencies in it. But let's talk about her second and third witnesses, plaintiff's mother and grandmother. Both very charming. But her mother and her grandmother weren't in the hallway that afternoon. Her mother and her grandmother were not witnesses. And they testified that because it's plaintiff is the mother's daughter or the grandmother's grandchild, that they believe her. They don't need evidence. They just hear what she says. And that's understandable, of course. You know, we all have relatives, and we hope our parents believe us, and our grandparents. But remember what Judge Fusselman said at the very beginning: common sense. Okay, we all know that parents are not with their children every minute of the day. We all know that children don't always tell their parents.
I mean, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right, Amani Ellis? But this was a long shot.
Everything, and they especially do not tell their parents that they're embarrassed or guilty about what got them fired. That's what plaintiff left out when she talked to her mother and her grandmother. Is anyone surprised that plaintiff did not tell her mother and grandmother that plaintiff cursed and yelled at a pregnant Cardi half her size, that plaintiff cornered Cardi in a medical building hallway, and that plaintiff knew she was probably going to get fired? Is that the kind of thing you'd say? Guess what, Mom? Guess what I did today? So it's completely understandable, using common sense, that the mother and grandmother would not know actually what happened. In fact,
Simi?
A plaintiff didn't tell them that she had apologized in her incident report
I missed that.
to Allied and the building for her own behavior. She left that out because I asked both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter
Wait,
tell
pause. Watch that court reporter's hands. I'll move myself out of the way. Hang on. Momentarily. Watch the court reporter. Is she? Do they type letters? Watch. Oh, wrong bit. Fuck.
and the building?
Watch the
for
court
her
reporter's
own
hands.
behavior? She left that out because I
She's
asked
doing-
both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter tell you that? And they said no. So we know that plaintiff left that part out. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said that plaintiff is a peacemaker. Okay. Well, that sure doesn't square with the testimony of Tierra, Malcolm, Dr. Finke, or Cardi, and I'll discuss that later. And maybe what we take from that is she's a peacemaker when she gets her own way. We know what she's like. We've heard testimony what she's like when she doesn't get her own way. But there's another word for that other than peacemaker. It's a bully. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said they saw a scar on plaintiff's cheek. But on February 26, 2018,
And we
2
call
days
bullshit.
after the incident, plaintiff emailed her incident report to her supervisor, Jasmine, stating that Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. So how is it that the mother and grandmother are saying that, well, when this happened around that time, our daughter said that Cardi had scratched her cheek? But in plaintiff's own incident report,
Damn straight we
she
are.
said she told her supervisor Cardi scratched her nose. A nose is not a cheek is not a nose, and there is something wrong about what's going on because, again, apply common sense. Plaintiff's
Use your common
mother
sense, y'all.
testified that she saw a scar, but she didn't testify when she saw it. Counsel asked her, did you notice after the incident that Amani Ellis had a scar to her face? Answer, I did. When did she notice that? 2018, 2019, 2020? We don't know. And in response to one of your questions, because the judge was kind enough to allow jurors to ask questions, which doesn't happen all the time. You were lucky in that regard. One of your questions, the judge read, and in response, plaintiff's grandmother said she spoke with plaintiff right after the incident. Right after the incident, she spoke with plaintiff. But plaintiff testified last Monday. Question, you didn't call your grandmother though, did you? Answer, no. Okay. So again, common sense tells you something is very wrong here. Now, plaintiff's mother and grandmother testified that plaintiff became depressed. If so, there could have been many different reasons for it. And for example, it could have been because she got fired. And as we'll see in a few minutes, she felt guilty. That's what plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April. On April 26, 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenna that she feels guilty. Ultimately, the testimony of plaintiff's mother and grandmother just doesn't move the needle for plaintiff. They weren't there, and they're relying on what plaintiff told them. Now, plaintiff's third group of witnesses is Dr. Mulligan. Okay, that's what she offered.
Oh,
to
poor
support.
Cardi.
Of course, Dr. Mulligan also wasn't there on February 24th, 2018. He didn't witness what happened. Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff came to him in November 2020.
Pause. Cardi's had her nails done since she testified. They were nude, like ballet slipper nude, pink, and now they're a darker color.
2 or more than 4 years after.
I wonder if
the,
Finke liked them.
incident.
Kinky Finky.
Dr. Mulligan is a plastic surgeon, not a psychiatrist. So counsel pointed out that Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff told him she has post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and headache.
And we said,
But
lol.
Dr. Mulligan said, that's what she told me. I did not make
That's
a
what she-
diagnosis to that effect. That's just what she told me.
That's what she said.
Now, Dr. Mulligan, and I hope he's not insulted, but his testimony
Same.
was confusing and inconsistent. He testified that in November of 2022, plaintiff had a scar. Had 2 to
Plaintiff
3 scars.
had a scar on her
Had-
soul. Ms. Woozy, yes, this is my favorite look of Cardi of the whole time, of all the trials, of all the trial days. This for me is 14 out of 10. Chef's kiss. Love, love, love. She's the polka dots, the ruffles, the bow, the hair, the makeup. I'm swinging back from Kinky Finky. I'm going back to turning gay for Cardi B. Probably a little bit old for Cardi. But yeah, she does look like a goddess. Right, wrong one. She does look like a goddess. Oh.
3 scars.
And she's falling asleep,
And
the poor
plaintiff
darling.
doesn't claim
Very
she only had
tired.
1 scar. But Dr. Mulligan thought there was as many as possibly 3. Somehow the nose scar from the beginning turned into 2 scars and then 3 scars. Also, though, Dr. Mulligan's own photograph, Exhibit 228, which he testified was taken with a digital camera before any treatment, sure doesn't appear to show the scar. That is you'll have a copy of the actual photo. It's admitted as exhibit. You can look at it and you can decide. Counsel actually challenged you, look at the photograph, and we invite you to. If you see a scar, that's news to us. And this is before she was treated. Importantly, Dr. Mulligan testified at his deposition. You've all heard about depositions. They're under oath. It's just like a trial, except there's no judge. And that the claim scar was about an inch long and most likely made by a
And looking
right-handed person
perfect.
who scraped or clawed downward with 3 fingers. Okay? That's what he testified to. That's what was in his deposition, and that's what he testified to here. But plaintiff herself claimed in her deposition that Cardi jabbed her with a straightened index finger, like this. That's not a scrape.
Exactly.
I don't think I need to ask for permission, but we'd like to show the. Okay, then we'll show.
And I'm going to go back to last night, to yesterday. Anybody who's had acrylics knows that it's actually really hard to break skin with acrylics on. It's much easier to break skin with your natural nails. Trust me, they might look long and lethal or like they're going to be sharp, but it is really, really difficult to even intentionally break skin with acrylic nails, regardless of how long they are or what shape they are. Very difficult. I would like to have testified. I might actually become an expert witness in that if anybody needs me. Just saying.
This was played for the jury before. It's Cardi's testimony, plaintiff's testimony as to how she was supposedly cut by Cardi.
When you say it like this, she put her finger.
Pointing, yes, go like this, pointing her finger in my face, yes.
That is directly and
Opposition.
irreconcilably in conflict with Dr. Mulligan's testimony that it was a right-handed person who scraped with an index finger and 2 other fingers downward. Those are completely different things. They don't correlate. The testimony is clear that plaintiff and her plastic surgeon have completely different explanations for the same claims scar. And once again, common sense. Something's wrong here. Something is very, very wrong.
Something's
Now, maybe the scar that Dr. Mulligan says he saw and his explanation
it's
maybe
not
scar
vaginal
accident,
discharge.
but it is irreconcilable with plaintiff's own testimony that she was jabbed with a straightened finger. And to add to that, Cardi is not
See?
right-handed.
Hope knows.
I want to say that again. It's very important. Dr. Mulligan says that in his professional opinion, and counsel talks about how well respected he is, that it was a right-handed person who scrapes 3 fingers downward across plaintiff's face. But Cardi is left-handed. She is not a right-handed person.
Same.
She could not have done that. Plaintiff's counsel tried to get Dr. Mulligan to testify that a left-handed person might have made the claim scar, but that's not his opinion. He admitted that it would be hard, in fact testified it would be hard for a left-handed person to reach across and strike a person on the opposite them.
This
on the
is
left side of the face.
ludicrous.
Now, here's another important thing. Dr. Mulligan testified that he can't say when plaintiff got the claim
Wow,
scar.
Simi, I love
He
that.
testified
Not
there's no way
her.
of knowing the age of the scar.
Pause.
That's important.
Sorry, sir. Simi, I love that. Simi says, I actually saw testimony in a trial on a really long time ago, saying, pardon me, just that, Lisa. A sexual assault victim had tried to defend herself with fake nails to no avail. The testimony was fascinating. Like you might get some DNA under your skin but not blood, just skin cells, you know. You're not honestly, they're actually nowhere near as lethal as they look in terms of breaking skin. It's very hard because they're thick as well. That's what she said.
Because plaintiff admits that she hit her head in a car accident in 2021, almost 2 years before the November 2022 appointment with Dr. Mulligan. And Dr. Mulligan also testified that he can't say whether the claim scar was caused by an intervening accident or some other cause.
Like it's almost impossible.
Did you find your recollection of the evidence and
Pause again, like I said last night, and maybe it was TMI, but I am prone to being Pammy High comes in with an absolute fucking zinger. Hi, Pammy. Yes, girth matters. But like I'm someone who, if I've got skin things, I'm particularly when I have a lot of anxiety and stress, I'm very prone to picking it at my skin. And when I had acrylics, I couldn't. I had to use tweezers to pick at them. Far less satisfying, but also far more accurate. But it's just really hard. That's what she said.
Your own recollection to the extent that it differs from counsel's representation.
And Your Honor, we also have a cite to the reporter's transcript. There are other odd things about Dr. Mulligan's testimony. For example, he calls a 3-minute long session of outpatient microneedling a small part of plaintiff's cheek, which serves as reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery.
Acne scars.
A 3-minute microneedling session in his mind is reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. Now let's talk about why he would say that. He has a broad version of surgery that enables him to charge an additional $11,000 for an operation room. He testified surgery is anything that includes a doctor, a nurse, a scrub technician, and an operating room. No matter what you're doing, even if it's microneedling, if it's pulling a splinter out, you go into that room and he charges $11,000. Dr. Mulligan testified he is the sole owner of the surgery center with that operating room. So he has a strong financial incentive to use and charge for that operating room, whether he's doing real reconstructive surgery or microneedling. Now, perhaps because his photograph doesn't seem to show the claimed 1-inch scar, Dr. Mulligan also provided confusing testimony about hidden scars under the skin. I don't know if you remember that. It had my head spinning. But he never testified. There's no testimony from Cardi, from Dr. Mulligan, or anyone else that plaintiff has a hidden scar. In fact, it's supposed to be this really big embarrassment that she has this terrible scar on her face that you can decide whether you've seen it. If she walked.
I love her lip color as well. Wouldn't suit me. Maybe it would. I could branch out. I never quite get it right with darker lip colors. I'm off lip liner at the moment. I'm off any lipstick on my lips whatsoever. I'm just all about that paw cream ointment or just nothing. Not even. Anyway, hey, Nat, thank you so much for the Cash App. You're in the draw for the next merch draw we do, which coincidentally Stream Elements just reminded you all. Super Chat, super stickers, Cash Apps, PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, and memberships, gifted memberships and new memberships go get you in the draw for a fortnightly. I'm a terrible grifter, so sometimes we leave it for 3 weeks to draw because, the odds are very good. I think this weekend, not doing too bad with my grift this weekend. Maybe there's 10 names in there. So thank you. Thank you for your support, love. That's really kind. And Steph's already sent that money through, so thank you. Still trying to do your dishes. Yeah, I've got dishes to do after this too. I was like this morning, I'm like, it's the dishes or it's being somewhat on time for the stream. I've been awake since 1 a.m., mind you. Fuck. So there goes my sleeping in. Anyway, back to court.
Fire. If you see a scar, well, no one else. A lot of us know, I should say. Dr. Mulligan also testified that he charged $17,500 on a lien basis, which means he gets paid only if plaintiff wins or if plaintiff pays him. But plaintiff testified under counsel's own examination on Monday that she couldn't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 plastic surgery bill.
Let me
So
see if I can find it.
Dr. Mulligan
Brooklyn?
knows that he is
Miss
being
What the
paid,
Fuck?
if at all, the $17,500.
Pause. Miss What the Fuck just got backstage. She's finished her nails. I'm bringing her up on screen. Wait. Oh, hello?
Hi.
How are your nails? Are they amazing?
I like them. I posted them in Discord.
I'll have a look. Amazing. Yay, Miss What the Fuck's here. Did you see Brooklyn just wondered who that top might be by?
I didn't see that. Which one is that?
The top that Cardi B is wearing right now. Not this Miss Shorty jacket. We know that's custom designed. But yes, I was just about to Google it, but you're far more experienced on that. I reckon it'll be already all over the internet if we could find that. That'd be the royal we. Poor me. It's like, motherfucker, I've just finished my nails and you've given me a job from the jump. I get backstage and you pull me up on stage.
All right. Hang on 2 seconds. I'll see if I can find
All right.
it.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Now back to this. Oh, look, now Miss What the Fuck's here too. Huzzah.
Only if his testimony helps plaintiff recover money in this case. That is a big incentive, and because of that risk, that's why he added a 20% premium to his bill. That's plaintiff's side of the scale, which keeps disappearing. And it pales in comparison to Cardi's side. So, of course, Cardi's evidence starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly. Thank you. Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018 she was pregnant. You may remember in this trial that plaintiff's counsel asked Cardi, "Why does that matter? You're pregnant." No one knows, but why does that matter? Well, it did matter, and Cardi testified, and you should consider, and I hope you remember Cardi's response. She felt her privacy was completely being violated and that her medical issues are not anyone's business. Quote, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy. It's yours. No one knew she was pregnant. Her parents didn't know. And she shows up for an appointment, and this woman is photographing, filming her, and then getting belligerent. Now, I mentioned that Cardi
Right,
her
Simi?
parents didn't know she was
Yikes.
pregnant at the time, and it's common sense that no daughter would want their parent to find out that she's pregnant by social media. This was a
Yes.
secret. There were special arrangements made so that she could see an obstetrician while in LA on a Saturday. Now, Cardi testified that she came to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend, and concerned, she made an appointment with the obstetrician for Saturday afternoon. I'll get to the photograph in a minute. Cardi testified that she got off the elevator
Pause.
to go to the doctor's.
Side quest. Make sure we can see what I'm showing you. Yes, you can. Where is it gone? Cardi B. Okay. Cardi B goes playful in a $10,000 polka dot suit for court and ditches her pants. Go away, whatever this stupid thing is. Pants moments after the trial. Wait, what? I can't wait. Oh my God, she's so perfect. It's a suit. Oh. Wait, sorry, my scrolling skills are horrendous. Valentino, yes. The rapper opted for a playful polka dot suit that consisted of a blazer, matching pants, and a button-down blouse. Okay, so what about what she was wearing? Okay, so oh my goodness. Oh, look. She ditched her pants? What do you mean about ditching her pants? We're all interested in that. Where are the pants ditched? Show us. No. Where are the pants ditching? So what was this one? So this outfit was less expensive. $18.50 for the jacket. $11.50 for the pants. What's this one? Okay. Oh. I loved her eyebrows this day. Different. Oh, I couldn't pull that off. I'd look like a fucking demon. Wool ravings for that outfit. Almost $4,000 for the jacket and $3,190 for the pants. Huh. Amazing. Buster's snoring, if you can hear that. Oh, wait, sorry, the Blair Witch of it all. My favorite is the polka dots. That looked a little bit like a pillow, in my opinion. Where is it? Wait. Oh, we love her. Thanks, Miss What the Fuck. You're the best. Always the best. Let me make sure I've got sound now.
Office at about 1:30
Can you hear that?
on the 5th floor of that building, and Plaintiff started filming and photographing her. Cardi objected, and Plaintiff apologized at first, saying, "Oh, my bad," which is a fact admission that she was doing what Cardi thought she was doing.
Pammy came in with a bloody amazing Pammy zinger, as always. And then thank you so much for the $9.99. I was going to say holla, but no. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Pammy said, I just want to say I love you guys. That is all. We love you too, Pammy. Wait, I'll put your name in the drawer. Thank you, friend. And then, Ms. What the fuck? Look. I don't know about the tea on the pants. Do you want me to read it? Hang on, I'll read it. I'll read it while you're looking at that, because otherwise I'll do stupid scrolling shit and you'll be like, God, you're making us nauseous with the scrolling. Where's the pants tea? I can't see the pants. I work all day and I work hard for my money, for my kids, for the people that I take care of. So don't you ever think that you're going to sue me and I'm just going to settle. We might have to wait and see if it comes up in the videos. I haven't watched any of those outside of court videos. I've just got them all ready. Oh my God, baby cat. Cardi is so cute. Okay, back to court. I love it, Ms. What the Fuck. She's so sweet. I want to make that my avatar forever and ever. Amen. Lainey, what you cooking tonight? What gourmet are you cooking?
She testified that Plaintiff wouldn't stop and just kept following her with her camera, with her phone out. Cardi testified that she was very concerned and nervous and confused by Plaintiff's conduct. That is understandable. Cardi testified that she was concerned about her unborn child. Cardi referred to Plaintiff as security heavy. She's a large woman. She's almost twice the size of Cardi. Cardi was pregnant, early in her pregnancy, and this person comes up to her in black boots and starts yelling at her. Cardi was concerned about her, and scared, frankly, about what she might do to her unborn baby.
Security, wait.
Cardi also testified she was confused. Why is this going on? Why is a security guard doing this? Why is she filming me? Why is she following me? Cardi also told Plaintiff specifically that Plaintiff was invading her privacy. But when Cardi told Plaintiff to leave her alone, Plaintiff went berserk. She yelled, it was Plaintiff's phone. Plaintiff said, "That's my phone. This is my building. You can't tell me what to do." That's what Cardi testified.
Why doesn't it want me to?
Consistent
It hates me.
Tierra Malcolm, and Dr. Finke testified. But Plaintiff advanced on Cardi, screaming and yelling and forcing Cardi backwards down to the hall to a corner, coming chest to chest with Cardi, yelling at Cardi about how, this is her building. She can do whatever she wants. Now, hearing the yelling, the doctor's receptionist, Tierra Malcolm, and then the doctor intervened and tried to get Plaintiff to stop and leave. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Cardi testified that she and Plaintiff yelled and used curse words, but neither struck the other. Cardi did not strike Plaintiff. Plaintiff tried but did not strike Cardi. Cardi testified.
I don't want to interrupt for too long. I'm afraid that there's a logical place to stop this.
What do you say?
I can stop there if you want.
Okay, all right. Why don't we stop there, folks? We're going to resume back at 1:30 in the meantime.
Stopped him in the middle for lunch? I can't make custom work. I don't know why. Thanks, Judge. That does sound delicious, Lainey. Actually, I was going to say last night. Pause. Last night when Lainey, when you were talking about mac and cheese and that oh my goodness, look at the baby Cardi B. Mac and cheese and you added some stuff in there to make it a bit more delicious. And I didn't want to interrupt. I know this will come as a surprise to you, but I didn't want to interrupt what we were talking about. Then I forgot at the end. I've been like, I love cooking, but I haven't had the spoons, the bandwidth for proper cooking for quite some time generally. And so rather than frozen like dinners, I've been buying from Aldi. I know you guys say Aldi. We say Aldi here. It's not just me. Where are my Australians? No one's going to back me. Anyway, like I've been buying they do great curries. Like there's a butter chicken, and then there's a beef korma, which they're both delicious. They haven't got much meat in them, but some. And then I've been pan frying up some. I'm hella keen on mushrooms. So some mushrooms in butter and some olive oil, mushrooms, and then some cherry tomatoes. I love tomatoes. I buy so many packets of tomatoes every week, and do them up. Add the like the pre-made thing. It's fresh. Put it in the pan. Stir it around. Put some chili flakes in extra, and then put a fuck ton of baby spinach leaves in. I put corn in. Sometimes I put slivered almonds in there as well. Whatever I've got. And I come out with corn kernels. And then I end up with this amazing thing that even though there's only a few pieces of actual meat in there, I end up with almost twice as much volume and lots of veggies in there and more flavor and more sustenance. And the whole packet is, the whole container of the curry is like $12 Australian, which is about 30 cents US. No, it's about $9 US. And it's delicious. Very nice. Nice. What's the word? Compromise between fully properly cooking and eating shitty pre-prepared stuff. Somewhere in the middle. I do love cooking though. DoorDash Aldi's every week. We have Aldi at our DoorDash now too. Another sidebar, because I just gave my work vehicle back. It's been picked up now, I'd say. With the view for it just to have its very first service, but the timing is immaculate because I'm almost like 97.69% not going back to that job. So I will no longer have a vehicle. I don't have my own car. And I was like, fuck, how am I going to do my grocery shopping? So I went onto Amazon yesterday afternoon and got myself an old lady's shopping cart. You know, those ones that are on two wheels and a handle and they've got like a soft thing, like a thing. And I was like, boring, black, boring. I used to have a polka dot one, the same polka dots as Cardi B's suit. And then I found a pink and yellow and orangey colored, like 1970s floral for grandmas. I am a grandma. So I was like, that'll do. Thanks. So good. Anyway, thanks for coming to my side quests. My side stories. It was 50. I don't remember how much it was actually. $55 a cart. There was ones for 200. I'll probably go back to my stupid job and still have a car. Lol, doubt it. Okay, now back to court. I can't believe they interrupted him in a very short. Wouldn't you just let him finish? Anyway, here we go. Gooseman said, "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." Oh, and my banner was wrong anyway. God damn.
Cardi testified in this courtroom that the whole encounter was maybe 45 seconds, less than a minute. Counsel has urged, and I'll get back to this as well, that she didn't see what happened before. But if you add her and compare her estimates with those of Tiara and Dr. Finke, who said that it lasted about 45 seconds, it's clear that they came out right at the beginning. Now, Cardi also testified in front of you and under oath that she never spit on Plaintiff. She never struck or cut Plaintiff. She never touched Plaintiff's face. She never used the N-word. She never threatened to get Plaintiff fired. Cardi also testified that she is in fact left-handed, and we've talked already about how that undercuts Dr. Monica's theory that a right-handed person caused the claimed scar. Cardi testified that she didn't have any 3-inch nails at the time of this incident in February of 2018. She also testified that she was in Los Angeles. She lives back east, and she was in Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend in 2018. And we put into evidence a photograph of Cardi to prove that her fingernails were an inch or less. It's a photograph that she testified was taken at the NBA All-Star weekend. And you heard counsel earlier say that Cardi testified that photograph was taken on the same day of the alleged incident, on February 24th. That's absolutely untrue. She did not testify to that. If you are unclear, the record can be read back to you, but I expect that you were here and heard Cardi testify that she was here for a week or so and kept the same fingernails this entire time, and that includes February 24th. The assertion by counsel that she testified to something she did not in fact testify to is something that Your Honor that the judge had already indicated is something you should disregard.
I mean, I'm going to say I love her look now a lot better than this. Excuse me, 2018. Excuse me. Money can buy class.
Now, she testified that the nails she was wearing while she was in Los Angeles
Nice
were
boobs.
coffin square and not pointy.
My boobs used to look
Counsel
like
knew what
that.
I mean. Apparently, coffin
Bigger,
square
but
means the shape
plain.
and square, and it can't cut anything. She also confirmed and testified that the rhinestone images were flat.
They don't
were
these
not
days.
pointy, and they had no sharp edges. Apparently, you can get little rhinestones either as the cows on fingerprints or as rhinestones themselves. I'm not like Dr. Finke, a fingernail expert, so I won't talk about that.
I
But the
don't
point is,
understand why I can't get a little
rhinestones
bit
can
past.
appear on a fingernail, a decorated fingernail, either as three-dimensional or as flat, which of course flat can't cut anything. And she testified, as did Dr. Finke. Well, excuse me, I misspoke. She
Sorry, I just had to get it overridden. Sorry.
Dr. Finke, counsel
Sorry.
said
It's the only way I could do
testified
it.
that they were sharp. He actually testified he didn't know whether they were sharp or flat. It is very important, actually, also that while plaintiff's testimony about what happened is uncorroborated, she called no witnesses who were actually there. Cardi actually did have 2 witnesses. And we'll get back to that. I do want to mention something that plaintiff's counsel raised, which is there's testimony from Cardi that as plaintiff advanced towards her swearing and pushing her back, that their chests touched. And counsel told you that that's an assault right there, that his client wins. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Just touching chests like that is not an assault. And if it is an assault, it's an assault by plaintiff on Cardi. Cardi was being pushed back. That's the testimony from all of both of the witnesses and Cardi herself. But I should mention, just in case you want to know, there is an instruction in the jury instructions that deals with the defense of self-defense. Counsel said that is inapplicable here because Cardi denies that she touched anyone or had to act in self-defense, or that she cut plaintiff. The point he's overlooking is that is up to you. We've heard the evidence. We think it's overwhelming that Cardi did not touch plaintiff at any point in time and did not touch this magic disappearing scar. But we have to be careful as lawyers. So we've included a self-defense, a defense of self-defense instruction, which means that if you were to find that Cardi did touch plaintiff, or that somehow a chest-to-chest caused by plaintiff is an assault by Cardi, which we dispute strongly, there is an instruction that the judge has given you that self-defense applies if a person reasonably believes that another person was going to harm her or him and the person uses only the amount of force reasonably necessary for protection, I think there can be no doubt that Cardi was faced with someone bigger than her who was trying to hurt her. We know that from both Cardi's testimony, Tiara's testimony, Tiara Malcolm, and I believe also Dr. Finke. So let's talk about Ms. Malcolm. Tiara Malcolm, we called her as a witness, so we'll add her there. And she is one of the 4 people who were in the hallway, and she testified as an eyewitness, and she has no axe to grind. She's not a friend of Plaintiff. She's not a friend of Cardi. She doesn't work for Cardi. They never met before. And so, again, she's an independent third-party witness. She testified that she was Dr. Finke's receptionist and expecting Cardi for a secret appointment. As a receptionist, she was near the front door. That's why she got out first before Dr. Finke, whose office was in the back. She testified it was a Saturday and all the other offices in the building were closed. And
Just putting your earring
closed
back
early
on.
Because, quote, they didn't want anyone there when Cardi arrived. When Ms. Malcolm, she testified that when she heard yelling, she immediately ran out. She's near the door. There's nothing she really could have missed once the yelling started. A defense counsel has argued that, again, that she wasn't there in the beginning, but we know from her testimony that she was near the door, immediately ran out when she heard yelling. Now, we have a visual rendering based on Plaintiff's own photograph of the hallway outside the doctor's office and based on the testimony and Cardi of Ms. Malcolm. This shows how far, you see the elevator bank and you see the doors that are depicted in the photograph that Plaintiff showed you, Plaintiff's counsel showed you. And where did they end up? They ended up in that corner. That's how far this demonstrates, based on the testimony and evidence in this case, how far Plaintiff forced Cardi B backwards and into the corner. That
Right?
Tiara
False
Malcolm
imprisonment.
saw her when
Get the
Tiara
fuck out
opened
of
the
here.
door into the hallway. Ms. Malcolm
Pause. Frankly, Imani Ellis basically tried to sue Cardi B for everything she did to Cardi. And Tiara, with her gesticulating that accidentally, I think, scratched the receptionist on the forehead. Man, you can't be doing that. That's crazy. It's crazy.
specifically testified that when she opened the door, she saw that Plaintiff had Cardi against the corner.
Ooh,
Ms. Malcolm
graphic?
testified that she said, "What are you doing?
Technical.
You're at work. Go back to your post." And that the plaintiff just refused. She was going after Cardi. She was yelling, screaming. Ms. Malcolm testified that she got between them, with Cardi behind her and with Ms. Malcolm facing Plaintiff. The evidence is that at that point, Ms. Malcolm testified that Plaintiff was swinging at Cardi, who was behind Ms. Malcolm. That's what she testified to. Now, she didn't. Ms. Malcolm didn't realize at first that she was hit. She went after Dr. Finke came out and tried to deal with Plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm took Cardi into the office, and someone else at the office. This is what she testified. What Ms. Malcolm testified to. Someone else at the office said, "What happened to your head?" That's when she found out. In all the brouhaha, she did not realize with Cardi behind her and Plaintiff in front of her swinging away, Ms. Malcolm did not realize that she had been hit. Now, counsel told you in his opening statement that Ms. Malcolm didn't know she was hit. She knew she was hit. She went back to the office and she saw the scratch on her own head. Counsel has argued
Your
that
Honor, I would object to him referring to counsel. We can talk about facts, not counsel.
Plaintiff's counsel has argued to you that
It's a great word,
Ms.
Penny.
Malcolm didn't know who hit her.
Brouhaha.
Okay. And he dwelled on that a lot in his cross-examination of Ms. Malcolm.
Brouhaha and discombobulated. Great words. Definitely.
And with all the things flying, and with all of Plaintiff's hands flying in the air, what Ms. Malcolm explained is her back was to Cardi. Ms. Malcolm specifically
And skullduggery.
testified she did not see Cardi's hands go in front of her, go by Ms. Malcolm's head. But she did see Plaintiff flailing away,
Shenanigans.
trying to get to Cardi. That's why she concludes that it was Plaintiff who hit her. And it only makes sense. Cardi was behind Ms. Malcolm, and Ms. Malcolm was hit in the forehead.
preponderance of the evidence is a great phrase. I love it. And I got to say, I froth a lot over truth of the matter asserted. I'm like, yeah, say it again. Say that again. Not for the matter of the truth asserted. Not for the truth of the matter asserted. Teresia, hi. Good to see you. We're just listening to the tail end, I guess, or maybe the second half of the defense closing arguments. Cardi B's closing arguments.
Face to face with plaintiff. Again, I apologize for the language, but it's important that you hear this. Ms. Malcolm also heard plaintiff, who was almost double the size of Cardi, expressly threatened in no uncertain terms
With
to harm
vaginal
Cardi.
discharge.
Quote, I will F your shit up. That's what Tiara Malcolm testified to. She heard plaintiff threaten Cardi. That's an express threat. If anyone was being assaulted by threats of immediate offensive contact, it was Cardi who was being assaulted by plaintiff. Ms.
Amen.
Malcolm testified that while Cardi was behind her and Ms. Malcolm was face to face with plaintiff, Ms. Malcolm did not see any scratches or cuts on plaintiff's face, any blood on plaintiff's face, any injury at all on plaintiff's face, or any spit or spittle on plaintiff's face. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Dr. Finke came out of the office into the hallway and tried to get plaintiff to stop and wait. Ms. Malcolm then got Cardi into the doctor's office. She testified that throughout this, plaintiff had her phone in her hand. I want to repeat that since she testified here that she was using earphones. We've got another witness who says plaintiff was standing there, flailing away with her hand, with her phone in her hand.
To get my phone charger.
Now, Ms. Malcolm also testified, and I know this gets a little bit repetitive, but it's important you remember this testimony and you take it into account when you deliberate. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Cardi did not hit plaintiff, that Cardi did not cut plaintiff with her fingernails, that Cardi did not use the N-word. Cardi and Ms. Malcolm testified with Cardi behind her, almost touching her back. She did not see or feel Cardi swing at plaintiff. They didn't touch each other, although counsel asked, what about chest to chest? And Ms. Malcolm testified, which seems truthfully, when plaintiff had Cardi in a corner, Malcolm could not tell if their chests were touching. That's because she's behind them. She's coming out of the office door. Ms. Malcolm also testified that a few months later, plaintiff asked Ms. Malcolm to help her go after Cardi. Now, if you remember, counsel for plaintiff elicited testimony from plaintiff that she never really intended to sue Cardi. She never intended to go after Cardi. But that's not what Ms. Malcolm says. Ms. Plaintiff was trying to elicit witnesses to support a claim against Cardi. And Ms. Malcolm said, thank you, but no thank you. And she did that because she felt that plaintiff was at fault and, quote, she handled everything unprofessionally, close quote. Now, we also called Dr. Finke. He, too, was there the day of the incident, and he, too, has no
Finke.
Right.
We love
He is
Finke.
not her regular doctor and never has been. He saw
Finke's a
her
babe.
that one occasion on February 24,
With real
2018, when Cardi was here for work for the NDA All-Star Weekend and was concerned. She was pregnant. She wanted to see an obstetrician, and an appointment was made. He is a completely disinterested third-party witness with no axe to grind. Now, Dr. Finke, like Cardi and like Tiara Malcolm, testified that plaintiff, well, first of all, he testified his office was at the back of the suite. He heard yelling, and he immediately ran to the front. Okay, so he gets there very quickly, too. And he just has a little more distance to cover. And he testified, like Cardi and like Ms. Malcolm, that plaintiff had her cell phone in her hand. He saw plaintiff trying to hit Cardi. He saw poor Ms. Malcolm in the middle. And by the way, do you remember in the opening counsel for plaintiff said, well, Ms. Malcolm threw herself into a fight. If she gets hit, she gets hit. That's what happens when you try to help. I mean, really? She's a doctor's receptionist. She sees.
Hope, if you need to go to bed, poor Hedda in South Africa, she stays up very late for us. Last night, Hedda went to bed about 3 hours into our stream, and it was 3 a.m. for her. So Oh, excuse me. God, sorry. Vapes are good for you. I promise. They're so good for you. Good for your lungs. But go to bed when you need to. I don't want you to be feeling cranky and tired on your Monday because of fucking Miss Shorty. Lol.
The patient coming there for a secret appointment, a pregnant patient. She tries to stop a security guard who's got the patient cornered in the hallway. And that's like, she asked for it? Is that really the answer? Dr. Finke also testified that Ms. Ellis had scratched plaintiff had scratched Malcolm's head. If you remember, the evidence is that Tiara Malcolm did not realize she was scratched until someone else in the office, the doctor's office, pointed it out. And also that Dr. Finke, once he got plaintiff to leave, which he refused to do, that he went back into the office. So he had a chance to see her at that point. That supports his testimony that he saw the scratch on Malcolm, not on plaintiff. Dr. Finke also testified that he told plaintiff, do your job, you're a security guard. But plaintiff kept yelling and she refused to leave. Kept yelling at them, kept yelling at Cardi. Now, while Dr. Finke tried to get plaintiff to leave, he was face to face with her. He testified they were within a foot of each other. And he testified he saw no cuts or scratches to plaintiff's face. He saw no blood on her face. Despite the fact that he testified that a cut on one's face bleeds more than a cut on any part of the body. This woman claims that she was cut in that encounter, but no one has testified that she had blood in her face. In fact, she testified she doesn't know if she had blood in her face from a scratch that supposedly ruined her life.
Pause. Important pause. Ms. Woozy says, I'm watching this and also solving a murder mystery that I created for myself on Copilot. How? As I was reading that, I thought you were going to say a murder mystery and then you were going to say June's Journey, or what's that one that some of the big YouTubers have? It's a box and you get it delivered and it's all the clues and the evidence are in there and you have to solve it. Can't remember what that one's called. What do you mean you created it for yourself? That sounds pretty cool. We need details. Okay, thanks. This case is certainly no mystery.
He also testified that he saw no spit or spittle on her.
Yes, Pammy.
He also heard, he was
I'll
there
help you clean up the body.
Plaintiff expressly threatened harm to Cardi by saying, I will F your S up. Now, Finke testified that Cardi did not spit on plaintiff or anyone else, did not take a swing at plaintiff, did not hit plaintiff, did not cut or scratch plaintiff, did not threaten to get plaintiff fired, did not use the N-word, and did not call plaintiff fat or poor. Dr. Finke also testified that once Cardi was safe in his office, he examined her in an examining room, and she did not have 3-inch fingernails. Now, in an interesting term, that was a surprise to me as well. He said he actually notices his patient's fingernails because it's a way of calming them down. It's a way of
the rapport building
in the examination. So he's seen a lot of fingernails. And he looked at hers, and hers were not 3 inches. There were allegations, and you've heard little bits of it, that Cardi supposedly got plaintiff fired. Actually, Dr. Finke said it was him. He told his administrator, his practice administrator, that this was outrageous, and based on the conduct he saw, plaintiff had to go. Cardi did not make a complaint. Cardi is not the reason that plaintiff got fired. Plaintiff is the reason that plaintiff got fired. Our evidence also included plaintiff's February 24, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff was asked in discovery, and we read some of that to you, which are formal written requests for documents or information, sworn under oath by plaintiff in this case. We asked for documents relating to the incident, emails relating to the incident. She never produced her incident report. We had to subpoena it from Ally. That's how we got it. We didn't get it from her. She claimed it didn't exist. Once again, common sense. There's something wrong there. We had to serve a subpoena on Ally, who produced a copy of the incident report, and we relied on that incident report because of plaintiff's inconsistencies.
Pause,
and
man.
admissions.
Sorry.
Now,
Ms. What the fuck? You know, ask and you shall receive. Simi? Miss what the fuck's got something. Oh. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. What a little cherub. Hmm. That's so cute. That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my god. Wait, let's do while we're paused. Sorry, man, but it's kind of a boring closing argument. Let's do another. Let's do Baby Shorty, which is nowhere near as cute as that, but still pretty cute. Which one will we do? Oh, this one's pretty funny. Oh, we're getting tattoos with each other's names, and I'm not even joking. I'm like, Steph sent me. I'm telling her as you were. Steph sent me these pictures. She goes, jokes, lol. And it was a heart with some roses and flowers and an arrow, and then Lisa in the middle. And she goes, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I wouldn't, but wouldn't this be funny? I'm like, send me one with Stephanie. I'm getting it. And so she did. And so I am. I mean, it's way more. My love for you and your love for me, Stephanie, is way more genuine than the fucking pirate flag tattoo I have. Let's be all honest about it. And while we're at it, hang on. It's all about Steph love. I'm sorry, what, Stephanie? Stephanie? I'm sorry, what? I don't even like cheese? Do I even know you, Stephanie?
Our whole
Just never mentioned. It's not the marriage is based on lies and misconceptions. I can't breathe. No, Steph says no, Lisa, I told you this in all caps. She's like, babe, I swear, I did tell you. Okay, listen, it's not a deal breaker. We can work through this.
You just would like to know.
I mean, is it too much to ask? Do I even really know the real you? Oh.
Involving my panel as a potential suspect.
I'm gonna need a minute.
At all.
We're gonna work through it. I swear, Steph. I'm so sorry. I've ruined your safe place. I don't know, man. Betrayal is the worst. What about pizza? Sorry, this is important. What do you have? Do you have cheese on pizza? What about on burgers? What are we doing here? Where is the line drawn? I'm not sure. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I can breathe. It's fine. That's okay. You know what? I'll do anything for you, Steph, even if it's not like that. Actually, that's perfect. It means I don't have to share my cheese. Love it. Carry on as you were. Oh, so good. Oh, listening to me in real time, realize that this is actually a good thing. I mean, clearly I won't have to. We're getting married. We are married. We're wife and wife. So we're getting our names tattooed, each other's names tattooed on our bodies. Okay, we cleanse the palate and we're back to the dry court. Unlike Amani Ellis's vaginal discharge, I don't understand why that had to be in evidence, sir.
It contains a lot of her accusations, and we believe the evidence is clear that they are false. But it also includes some interesting statements by plaintiff. And this is 2 days after the February 24, 2018 incident. Plaintiff who testified, if you remember, that incident reports are very important. And she testified, and in the incident report, she told her supervisor that that Cardi had scratched plaintiff's nose. Not cheek, nose. 2 days after the incident, when she's blaming all of this on Cardi, which I think it's safe to assume that she was improperly doing so, given all the evidence we've heard. Plaintiff told her
Buster's
supervisor
dreaming.
2 days later, Cardi's with 3-inch nails, the evidence is against that as well, scratched plaintiff's nose. Nothing about a cheek. And again, a nose is not a cheek. They're different. This raises 2 points, really. Plaintiff's first statement that Cardi scratched her nose is directly contrary to plaintiff's sworn testimony here that Cardi scratched her cheek. Okay. So if we accept that, then the statement that she put in her report is clearly false. Because she's now saying, and she's been saying for a couple of years, no, it wasn't my nose, it was my cheek. Second, plaintiff admits that her nose was not scratched. So this is a very important document because it confirms that she made false statements about the incident. At a minimum, she made the false
That's a bit
statement
snaz.
that Cardi had scratched her nose. This statement, this incident report that she said is very important, also apologized to Allied and the building owner, quote, for behaving the way I did. Okay? Why would she apologize to them if she was attacked?
Exactly.
Why is it something that she would apologize for? Again, common sense. She was apologizing because of the way she was behaving. She's apologizing to them for her professional misconduct. She's apologizing to them for attacking a medical patient who's trying to go in for a medical exam.
About 10 minutes.
Can I have a little bit of extra time since Council got extra time?
I don't know that you did, but
It felt like it.
I'm going to do this a little bit faster, and I apologize. We also called Nicole McKenzie. Nicole McKenzie is an interesting person because she's a psychologist, a workers' comp psychologist. But
He was not happy about it.
and plaintiff called her too. It's baffling why he did because all of her testimony only
Yes.
helped Cardi. First of all, no one called
We were
Dr.
baffled.
McKenzie as a psych witness. There were no psych witness questions. We called her because what plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie in April of 2018, just 2 months later, is directly
We'll help him
contrary to
along.
what she's been saying. Ms. McKenna testified that let me rephrase this because I'm trying to cut some of this out. Ms. McKenzie, who you may remember, testified in this case that everything that she was saying was what plaintiff had told her. And she testified that when Dr. McKenzie
He's all
did the
frazzled now.
evaluation, plaintiff made no mention of being scratched, cut, or even touched by Cardi. She actually said Cardi, quote, almost, close quote, touched her. Almost is not touching. Plaintiff has offered no
Correct.
explanation as to why she told Dr. McKenzie Cardi almost touched her. Ms. McKenzie also testified that in doing her evaluation, she would note any physical symptoms. And she confirmed that plaintiff identified no physical symptoms 2 months after she supposedly got cut by in this incident. In response to one or more of the jurors' questions, the judge elicited the response from Dr. McKenzie that it was her standard practice that even if someone came to her just for a psychological examination, that she would also note any physical symptoms that were reported, and also that if she saw the patient and saw, if they got cut or scraped or bruised,
Stella.
she'd note that as well in the report, and none of that was noted because none of it existed. We also asked.
Oh, that's
plaintiff
the
about
plaintiff,
Kaiser
of
medical
course.
records. At this point, I'll just mention that she testified and admitted that out of 161 pages of medical records over 2 years, there was no mention of any cuts, scratches, anxiety, PTSD, or anything else. Counsel noted that we
Because it
called Dr.
didn't happen.
Wilson, who is a lifetime board-certified medical doctor who specializes in psychiatry. He has impeccable credentials and decades of experience. He, by the way, does not work on a lean basis. He does not work. We paid him. He does not work on a lean basis, so he doesn't have the same incentive that Dr. Mulligan has to spin his story. Dr. Rosenberg wasn't asked to diagnose any psychiatric conditions that plaintiff has. So in this report, he specifically said no diagnosis, but he did come to conclusions, okay, which is different than a diagnosis. And what he did was he had a 6-hour recorded interview of her, and he had her take a gold standard test of 335 questions. And what he learned from the test was that she claimed symptoms, different symptoms, and so many symptoms that only 2 out of 1 billion people in the world have those symptoms. He also testified that there were inconsistencies with her story. We talked about the McKenzie analysis, in fact, that the plaintiff didn't mention any problems or physical injuries to Dr. McKenzie. We talked about the initial incident report, which says a scratch on the nose, but not a scratch on the. So with all these different inconsistencies, that went into his analysis as well. Now, he also considered that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut or scrape. But that's not what Dr.
Wow.
testified to. He testified
No.
in April 2022, plaintiff went into Kaiser for a complete history and physical, and plaintiff specifically in questioning denied any kind of mental health issues, including anxiety or sleep problems. In April 2023, she went in again, and for hand pain that time, and she was specifically asked, Dr. Rosenberg said that's what Kaiser does. They ask you about everything, just noted in the record. And she was asked, but again, reported no emotional problems and did not request mental health assistance. I should also mention this claim about PTSD. Dr. Rosenberg testified that you can't, quote unquote, an argument or an unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. The claim of PTSD is frankly an offense to those people who actually have it. She had a 45-second argument. She was fired. That is not what gives you post-traumatic stress syndrome. And we know that because we've heard it from a licensed psychiatrist who did all those tests and interviewed her for 6 hours. I should mention that Dr. Mulligan is a plastic surgeon. He's not a psychiatrist. So Dr. Mulligan couldn't and didn't rebut Dr. Rosenberg's conclusion that plaintiff is feigning. Counsel said, well, why didn't the defendants call a plastic surgeon expert? Because we don't see a scar. To call someone to say, can you examine this person? Do they have a scar? You can look at the photograph. Why would we call a plastic surgeon?
It's acne.
Conversely, though, they want to prove that plaintiff had psychological injuries. Why didn't they call a psychiatrist? Let's talk a little bit about plaintiff's shifting stories. First of all, plaintiff alleges that Cardi spit on her. It's a disgusting allegation, of course, and I hate to even mention it. And everyone else says it didn't happen. But for her.
Pause. Pammy, thank you so much for the Cash App. Amazing. Stop it. You're going to turn me into a full proper grifter, like a successful grifter. Thank you, Pammy. Oh, my handwriting. Oh, is that an M? What is that? Pammy. There. I did it. Thanks, girl. Cash App and PayPal are definitely the best way because YouTube, excuse me, YouTube takes a lot of it, and it's not instant. I don't get YouTube's monies until like the 25th of the next month. So thank you. You're the besticles. Definitely way better than testicles. Like way better.
Her part, plaintiff also hasn't gotten her story straight. If you remember, last Monday she testified in her February 26, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff told her supervisor that Cardi spit on her before people came out.
I'm resigning.
But at her deposition, plaintiff testified that Cardi spit on her after they came out. She can't get her story straight. That's that simple. Counsel has referred to spittle. And so what he's basically backed off of is initially it was terrible spitting at her client. Now it's, well, maybe it was an accidental spittle, say it, don't spray it kind of thing from junior high school. There's no evidence that happened, but it's also not an assault. It's also, when you look at the jury instructions, you'll see that an assault requires intentional conduct, intentional battery. Accidentally, spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault.
It is fun.
There's no evidence that it even happened.
Oh, he knows he's cooked.
Frank
Wow.
also strikingly
Pause. Did you see that look? That was a look of resignation. Watch the attorney, whatever his name is.
Spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault, and there's no evidence that it even happened.
Oh, he's like, guess I'm not getting my 1.2 mil. Fuck. Speculating. I speculated 5% of settlement. What if it's no win, no pay?
Plaintiff also is strikingly inconsistent regarding her claim that Cardi touched her. We'll go through this quickly. We talked about him in the February 26, 2018 incident report.
Gut punch
supposedly
is
Cardi
right.
scratched plaintiff's nose. In April of 2018, plaintiff told
Gotta
Dr.
let Buster out
McKenzie
here.
that Cardi almost touched her. In sworn responses in discovery in this case, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi viciously beat plaintiff about the head, face, and body. You haven't heard that, in this trial. No one said that occurred. In her deposition, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi struck her on her nose and cheek, and plaintiff acted out Cardi jabbing plaintiff's face with an outstretched index finger, which is directly contrary to, and you saw that videotape of that. It's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulligan testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're just going back over it now.
What's your
Any files lawsuit pause.
Okay, can I watch it?
Oh, I'm the worst at YouTube. Let me hold up. Pull up, bitch. I'm working myself into a circle and move me down. And let's see if we can do it like that. Update layout. And I forgot to put the banner back on. Hang on. This. Now, so it says inconsistencies as to whether the plaintiff was touched. Keeps going back to vaginal discharge, but okay. It's alleged that on the 24th of February 2018, the Cardi encounter. That's the bottom far left, which is just behind my head. On the 26th of February, so 2 days later, she emailed saying that the plaintiff emailed her employer to say she pointed her 3-inch fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. Then on the 26th of April, 2018, her psych exam with Dr. McKenzie said almost touching the plaintiff's nose. Then fast forward by 2 years to the 20th of February, 2020, Ellis files the lawsuit. Then on the 18th of August, all your dates back to front. Wow. 2022. This is in a respondent to a special interrogatory. Love that word also. Quote, Jackie Fulford, quote, violently, ellipses, and maliciously striking me about the head, face, and body. Whew. That's the bottom one. Then on the 2nd of May 2023, Ellis demonstrates Cardi jabbing it with index finger extended. She struck me on my nose and my cheek. That was in her deposition. And then on the 27th of March this year, the bottom one says most logical explanation, fingernails. This is a quote. Most logical explanation, fingernails striking in a downward direction, right-handed person to the patient's left side, index finger and middle finger. That's the plastic surgeon. So that. Oh, Woozy says, what a money-hungry cow, right? So that's what those say, if you're on your phone or you're listening.
Can I have 3 minutes?
3 minutes, please, sir.
I'm sorry, there's more to talk about, but I've got to go. Ultimately, this case comes.
We got a lally on our
in
hands.
a medical building hallway. And to believe plaintiff, you would have to disbelieve Cardi, you would have to disbelieve Ms. Malcolm, you would have to disbelieve Dr. Finke, and you would have to ignore all of plaintiff's contradictory statements, including whether she had a cell phone, whether she had an earpiece, all that stuff. This is not a difficult case. It is not a closed case. Plaintiff has the burden of proof, and the evidence is overwhelming in Cardi's favor. Plaintiff has not met her burden of proof. And plaintiff's demand for whether it's the $24 million that was testified to at trial or the $250,000 plus that you heard today makes no sense. She suffered no injury. Cardi did not do anything wrong except try to protect her baby and get to a doctor.
TikTok motherfucker, let's go.
Provide you with a verdict form, and we urge you that the evidence and common sense require that you answer questions 1 to 2 as no. That will skip you over to section B. We ask that you answer question 5 no. That will skip you over to section C. We ask that you answer question 8, no, which will skip you to section D. We ask that you answer question 12, no, which is then the end of the verdict, and you can have the foreperson sign it. I also want to note that for each of these questions, as the judge previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different group of 9 people on another. And we we thank you for your.
I did not know that. Well, I'm going to call him LA Lally, even though he's Cardi B's attorney. He ran out of time with a pretty run of the mill, but I guess methodically argued closing argument. He's thanking the jury.
And you know how we wish you
LA Lally, that's it.
All right, and folks, as we indicated, plaintiff gets the first and last word. So, time for a rebuttal case for plaintiff.
Oh my God, no! What?
Good afternoon. Thank you all for
Oh
coming
my
back.
God, what have I done to us?
So this is the end of the road now.
Yes, it is.
I said a lot of things this morning, and I basically don't want to repeat all of
Please
them.
don't.
The
Don't
main
say
point that I
that,
want to highlight, which what counsel has brought up, is the incident report. In the incident report, Ms. Melanie Ellis tells her supervisor that the defendant put her fingernail into her face. You will see that. Into her face and scratched her nose. She caused damage to her face. It was a physical contact. As far as the spitting,
Sir,
I never brought up the word
it didn't
spittle. I don't know
happen.
what that exactly means, but in either event, Imani Ellis, who was there, who was a witness to this incident, testified that the defendant spit on her, actually spit on her, which is an assault and a battery. Everybody gets an attorney.
What about the
Everybody gets that
imprisonment?
attorney. Even Cardi B gets that an attorney. All of these comments and all of these things are smoke and mirrors to hide up the truth. Bottom line is, Miss Imani Ellis, who was there, testified multiple times. She never did anything wrong in her life. She was a model citizen, a good person, and she basically was doing her job as a security guard. And the defendant refused to cooperate, caused a disturbance, physically assaulted and battered her, spit on her, took a swing at her, and ultimately
Bullshit.
a couple of witnesses came after the fact, and they were not witnesses to the entire incident. The entire incident really took place between Imani Ellis and Cardi B, and it really is going to come down to who do you believe? Who do you believe? Are you going to believe Imani Ellis, who was a security guard, who did her job, who was there, who never had any problems of any kind? Or are you going to listen to somebody who's yelling and screaming, has anger management problems, got angry on that day? There's no question she admitted it. She said she was angry. She got angry.
Forever and
She
ever,
attacked the
amen,
plaintiff.
grass.
She spit on her. She used the N-word, disrespectful. She took a swing at her. She did everything possible to cause her so much emotional anguish and try to get a reaction out of her. I don't know how it was that Imani Ellis was able to contain herself, maybe because she is so peaceful. You heard lots and lots of testimony about how she was peaceful. The issue with Dr. Mulliken, at some point I did ask Dr. Mulliken, could this scratch, could this cut have been done by someone who's left-handed or right-handed? At the end, he was very clear. He didn't ask the testimony to be read back to. He said it could be done by either a right-handed person or a left-handed person, either one. And when we had Cardi B on the stand, she said she was disabled because she was pregnant. But at the end of the day, she wasn't disabled with her hands. And you can cut someone with either hand. Go to the bench press, both hands. Anything can happen with both hands. This is not somebody.
I want to be an
who's taking a
expert.
swing with the basket. In baseball, you must use the correct. No, this could be this injury could happen with the right hand or left hand. And Dr. Melka clarified that and said it could happen with either hand. Again, the evidence that needs to be brought forth needs to be proven by a preponderance of evidence. We don't have to prove 100%. We have to prove featherweight more than 50%. In this case, we have given you so much different evidence from different people, which was Imani Ellis, her grandmother, her mother, and all of the medical records. We have the plastic surgeon who came here and explained everything. You now have the case before you where you can now determine what you feel Imani Ellis should receive to make her whole. And
Zero
counsel,
dollars.
brought up some points to try to maybe muddy the waters in a sense and try to change what really happened here. At the end of the day, we have overwhelming evidence that Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered. And we thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, then that concludes the presentation of evidence and argument. You're now going to be shown to the jury room. We do have a hard stop at 4:30, and by no means would I suggest that you should try and rush to be done by then. You do need to deliberate and consider all of the evidence before answering the questions on the jury form. And so, if indeed it takes you longer than 4:30 today, then we will need to come back tomorrow. If you want to take a break, you can take a break. We all need to be back together in the jury room, so please do not deliberate until all of you are back together. To the extent that we do come back tomorrow, if you want to bring snacks or anything like that, that's fine. We can discuss that.
We don't come back tomorrow.
But for now, can I have Cynthia swear in Vanessa, please?
Cynthia swearing in Vanessa.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the jury and keep them together, that you will not communicate with them yourself, nor allow anyone else to communicate with them upon matters connected with the case, except on order of the court? And when they have agreed upon a verdict, you will return them into the court, so help you God?
I do.
And do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the alternate juror and keep her apart from the jury while they deliberate on the cause until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state your first and last name for the record?
Vanessa Garcia.
Pause. Just reminding you that if I was called to be an expert, I actually could be qualified as an expert in many things. Like I can be an oligarch, supreme leader, a lyricist, a saint. Obviously, that doesn't need qualification. That just is a doctor, medical doctor, and also a doctor of philosophy. And obviously with the Esquire at the end, I'm also a doctor of law. I am a detective. I have got some claircognizant abilities, so I am a prophet and a seer, and obviously I'm a lady. So that's it. That's it. That would be it. That's it. Oh, Nat, don't you worry. We have Saint Miss Shorty merch. I still have to get that T-shirt because it's actually got my photo on the face of it. It's so good. Imagine walking around with it's a saint holding roller skates, and it says Saint Miss Shorty. Like it's a Russian icon picture, and then it's my picture. I'm gonna wear that T-shirt around in summer. What a fucking wanker! Anyway, all that to say, I think $10,000 an hour is a pretty fair and reasonable asking price. Yeah, man. Have a look at the merch store. There's so many cool things. So many cool things. Anyway, it's not even self-indulgent. Okay, back. What are we doing? Let's find this verdict. How long do they deliberate?
I want to talk to the jury, the alternate before she does.
We're around Detroit, yes. There's pause. I'll volume. Oh, god damn, I'm terrible at that shit. There's even Saint Miss Shorty sneakers. We have sneakers. Miss, what the fuck? Have you got the high tops? Or is that colours? Undercutting, right? Don't sell yourself short, Shorty.
I have the low tops.
The low tops. I've got the Miss Shorty music slides, but because I don't go anywhere. Or maybe I am going to start going places because I'm not going to work anymore. I can't just. Well, I'm going to wear my Miss Shorty music slides to, as in slip-ons, not slides. Oh, can you see? Wait. Oh my god, I can't do it. Not slides. They're dirty. Not slides. Slip-ons. Okay, back to court. I'm going to wear it to the grocery store. I'm going to wear my Miss Shorty tights, my Miss Shorty a matching top, and my Miss Shorty music slides and my Miss Shorty music socks with my Miss Shorty music crossbody bag. No, it's not. It's just Miss Shorty. It's the same design as this. And people are going to be, who the fuck is this? And I'll be like, Pammy, they're very good. Oh, I don't know about the sneakers. The slides are pretty flat. But Ms. What the Fuck has the low tops and Colors have the high tops. So talk to them. I'm not sure. They're probably more like Converse. I don't know.
Exactly. That's what I was just typing. They're like Converse.
Yep. So they're pretty cool. Pretty true to size though, right, Ms. What the Fuck?
Yeah. They fit perfectly, exactly my size.
So if you went up a size and put an arch support something in there, that'd work if you needed them. But yeah. Yes, cool. Yeah, they're kind of like Connie's, right? Yeah, and they're cute,
exactly.
and the box has got Miss Shorty on it. It's a Miss Shorty shoebox. I can't. It's so cool.
It's so cool.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Yeah, Converse. I reckon they're like Chuck Taylory kind of stuff. I think it's gonna go. Obviously, we're not going to wait with him in real time for the deliberations, but so they clearly deliberate for less than 2 hours because that's how much is. Oh no, wait, less than an hour and a half.
There it is. Okay. All right, we're still on the record. Outside the presence of the jury, we do have the alternate number 1 here. Ma'am, on Wednesday, did you have any conversations with any of the witnesses? Were you sitting? Yeah, you.
Me?
Yes. Were you outside? Did you sit next to the plaintiff's grandmother on Wednesday?
The grandmother?
Correct.
I can't remember, but I did sit once, at least once.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I don't remember what I said if I did.
Okay, so she didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything about this.
Nothing about the trial.
No.
Okay, very good.
Not at all.
Vanessa's going to excuse you to the jury room. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll take your. Thank you. And then I'll take your.
So people were standing next to jurors. Okay. Pause. Now, Candy said take a picture, but I can do better than taking a picture. And then we'll go to verdict. So this is the box. It's the same as the mug, which actually isn't my favorite design. The color is a bit more muddy than I liked, but anyway, that's that. I've got another mug coming with the bold and mysterious logo coming because there's two different sizes in the mugs. Anyway, these are I've only ever worn them to try them on. I've never worn them. How do they have a mark on them? Bloody hell. So that's look inside. Shorty on the inside, Miss Shorty music. These are the others are lace ups, but these are obviously just slip-ons. I mean, there's a little bit of they're very good quality, but I wouldn't say that they've got good arch support. They're not flat as a tack. Cute, huh? Yeah. And then the Miss Shorty, the original logo, like my blue Miss Shorty logo, they come in a high top. They're cool. They're the ones colors got, and also a low top lace up, and then Saint Shorty come in a low top lace up, but with laces. Yeah. So, yeah, cute. So I got a size US 5.5, European 36, and they're perfect for my little tiny feetsies. So that they come with this nice support thing in there. Pretty cool. They're very cool. Okay, so that, and now I'm going to start wearing them because I'm a fucking sick bitch now. But I literally have tried them on and then I don't go anywhere or do anything. So that now. Let's go back to this, and let me just get up to wherever we're going to be. So we 4 minutes, basically just at 5 hours. It was at 5 hours of the stream. Let's see. You can't see what I'm doing. Fuck, total professional. Okay, so they deliberated for just over an hour, I think. Because here, wait. Go back to this screen. Gosh. Okay. So this time where the peak is, wait, what am I doing? So 6:05, so an hour and 10. But no, they deliberated for less because they've got to give the judge, they've got to tell the court we have reached a verdict. Okay. Oh my God, I feel like I've gone too far. I'll make us smaller before that, and this. You can't see what I'm doing. You know what? That was such a revelation when you, Ms. What the Fuck, told me that while I was making those kind of changes that you guys didn't know that, and I thought you could. Lol. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I promise it's worth it. Oh no, wait, that's shit. Just beg the court's indulgence. Beg the chat's indulgence. There we go. Okay.
Can the clerk only read the call to the question, for example, for number 1, did plaintiff Amani Alice prove all the following elements of bad reasoning, yes or no, rather than reading the entirety?
That's fine. That's right.
I would like the entirety.
Any particular reason?
What did he ask? I wasn't paying attention.
The entirety. Can the clerk only read the call to the question, for example, for number 1, did plaintiff Amani Alice prove all the following elements of bad reasoning, yes or no, rather than reading the entirety?
That's fine. That's right.
I would like the entirety.
Any particular reason? It's not going to change the answer.
Well, I feel like she very form was not very
Usman's over this clown show. Oh. Oh. Oh, whoops.
Do we have a foreperson, number 3? And have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
Can you hand the verdict to the
Oh, whoa.
please?
Blair Witch. What are we doing? Where's Cardi? What's going on? There she is. Woo. You must be shitting bricks.
All right, can the clerk please read the verdict?
Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles, Imani Ellis, plaintiff, versus Vocales, Marlenes Almanzar, Cardi B, dose 1 through 50, inclusive defendant. Case number 20 STCB 07031. Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Section A, assault and battery. Question 1. Did plaintiff Imani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? 1. Defendant Vocales Marlenes Almanzar, Ms. Almanzar, touched Ms. Ellis in the intent to harm or offend Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis did not consent to being touched. Number 3, Ms. Ellis was harmed or offended by Ms. Almanzar's conduct. And 4,
Oh, this is
a reasonable
agonizing.
person in Ms. Ellis' situation would have been offended by the touching. Answer, no. Question 2, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner. Number 3, Ms. Ellis did not consent to Ms. Almanzar's conduct. Number 4, Ms. Ellis was harmed. And number 5, Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no.
She doesn't know what that means.
Section B, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Question 5, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? 1, Ms. Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats,
It really
indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. 2, Ms. Almanzar intended to cause Ms. Ellis emotional distress. Number 3, Ms. Ellis suffered severe emotional distress. And number 4, Ms. Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. Answer, no. Section C, negligence and contributory negligence. Number 8, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of negligence? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar was negligent. Number 2, Ms. Almanzar's negligence caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress. And 3, Ms. Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no. Section D, punitive damages. Question 12, did you answer question 4 and 7? Answer, no. Signed this date, September 2nd, 2025, by board person George Luola, number 3.
All right, President, Mr. Poladry?
No. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask the foreman, was it unanimous as to all the questions?
Yes.
All right, so the question that the clerk is going to be asking is, was it unanimous as to all questions?
Question 1,
Or just all questions?
no, ask all questions?
Was it
Yes.
unanimous?
Was it unanimous?
Yeah, don't go through it again.
Go through each one.
Good God.
Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous, your number 1?
Yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
Number 4?
Yes.
Number 5?
Yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Number 7?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Number 9?
Yes.
Number 10?
Yes.
11?
Yes.
12?
Yes.
All right, sounds like it was unanimous verdict as to all questions. Can the clerk please record the verdicts?
The verdict has been recorded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and dedication to this case. I know that you've paid a great deal of attention throughout the matter, which was especially evidenced by the questions that you did submit. I want to thank you for that time and attention on behalf of myself, the parties, the court system, as well as the people of California. As I indicated before, this system does not work unless people like you are able and willing to serve. And so I want to thank you once again. Throughout the trial, I have admonished you that you could not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. and at this point in time, I am relieving you from the admonition. You can speak with anyone about the case from this time forward. I suspect that there's going to be not only the parties that will want to speak with you, but I suspect also the members of the press are going to want to speak with you. And so I'm going to tell you this, I'm telling the members of the media this, and I'm telling the parties and their assistants that it's up to you whether or not you want to speak with anyone. If you don't want to speak with anyone, then you can just head right out the double doors, out the elevators. If there's press outside that want to speak with you, you can just walk past them. Don't let them stop you. If you do want to speak with them, then go ahead and you can wait outside the double doors. We're not going to be speaking with anyone in the courtroom. And if you do speak with someone, please be respectful of the views of any of your other jurors in terms of the deliberations. You can speak with respect to your point of view and how you saw the case. And the other admonition or the other issue with respect to speaking with people is that it's got to be at a reasonable time and place. And so if people start bothering you or if people reach out to you that's inconvenient for you and they continue to do so, let me know and I'll take care of it. Okay. All right. With that, once again, I want to thank you. You are now dismissed.
Yes. Perfect. Have fun watching a movie with Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Kevin Tang. Can we call him Kevin Tang? Kevin Tang. I love it. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I need to go to the bathroom. So before we go and watch the outside of the court stuff, we're going to play a song. Thank you for being here, Ms. Laney. Let me remember for the once in my life to actually play this. And I'm picking the song just for Cardi B. This first.
Now some music. The supreme leader decrees it.
And then, of course, when do I ever get it seamless? Never. Enjoy. BRB.
Imagination is hungry, it needs to be fed. Blind leading the blind, no more put that shit to bed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Contagion of the psyche, the time is now. Full permission, set your spirit free. Rise up for a brand new day. Trust, hope, believe and pray. Phoenix rising, full rising. Here on in, you slay and slay. Life sparkles when you find your people, glimmers in the sun. Revolving door, passing parade was never any fun. Time uncoils that hardened knot, well earned although it was. So find your place in permanence, babe, claim your spot. Rise up for a brand new day. Faith, hope, believe and pray. Phoenix rising from
Hope, I love that. Hope, honest, open minded people exist. Find your tribe. Yes, I love that. I love that. I've always loved your handle. I've seen and heard you around the traps in Grizzly True Crime. I was fangirling when you came into our chat. I was like, oh my God, that's Hope 8 Fear. Like, wow, that's Hope 8 Fear. I know Hope 8 Fear. I'm always listening. I'm very rarely chatting in other chats. So let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I can. Can't I? Yes, I can. I've got this. So this is a 6-minute interview. I'll have to do a search, excuse me, for if there were any juror interviews. Not sure. I haven't watched this. So we're watching it first time together.
I think the respectful press, I really, really appreciate that. And I want to thank everybody at home supporting me. I know you guys having a little key with the moment, but to be honest with you, I have missed my kids' first day of school today. I missed my kids' last week of school yesterday because of this. And I'm not even playing around. I would, even if I'm in my deathbed, I swear to God, I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl. I didn't lay my hands on that girl. And with that being said, this time around, I'm going to be nice. The next person to try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue. And I'm going to make you pay. Because this is not okay. I think people have like this misinterpretations of celebrities, like it's like, oh well, we can ask for this and they're gonna settle. You don't work at home and you don't work all day and you don't work for your money to give out your money. So don't ever think that I'm just gonna give you my money that I work hard for. I don't lay in bed all day. I work all day and I work hard for my money, for my kids and for people I take care of. So don't you ever think that you're gonna sue me and I'm just gonna settle and just give me my money. It's not gonna happen.
Wait,
I do also want fans at home though, not to find their social media, her family's social media, her social media, and bother her. I hope that this is something that I leave behind, that she leave behind. Don't go bother her. Don't be talking about her. Don't be talking about how she looks. Don't call her no nasty names. Let's just put this behind. But I'm giving a warning. I am not that celeb that you're gonna sue and you think it's gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle, especially when I'm super completely innocent. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God I'm innocent. I swear to God.
We believe you, Cardi.
Like I'm really innocent for real. And I just want to say thank you, everybody. It's been really tough. It's been really long nights for me. I'm in the middle of album rollout, so it's been late nights.
Am I the drama?
And early 5:30 in the morning. Yeah, I gotta get up 5:30 so I can look like this for y'all. Muchas gracias para toda mi gente latina que me están soportando y vinieron toda la mañana. Ustedes se ven bien maquillada, pelo, cuerpo bonito y vinieron para acá para
5 días.
Show me support. 5 días. Y los hombres también.
Una peluca diferente.
Una peluca diferente. I'm telling you guys, when I say that my forehead is raw from changing all these wigs, raw. And yeah, thank you for the witnesses and thank you for everybody that just took their time to come out. No.
They came back so quickly. No, pero solo un warning para que no
It
tengan
says that it's bullshit.
Ahorita dices de que cualquier persona que te vuelva a hacer algo así, que demandar, vas a contrademandar.
Voy a contrademandar, tú a ver. Si me joden otra vez, lo voy a contrademandar.
Court TV, what are we doing?
It's really funny that people just like, oh, she's amazing up here. I'm like, I'm just saying the truth. I'm just telling everything as much
Why did he move?
as I can remember. I'm just telling the truth.
Sir.
To be honest with you, like I didn't do nothing special.
Tus abogados hicieron un gran trabajo.
Sí.
Tus abogados hicieron un gran trabajo. ¿Cuál crees tú que fue la estrategia perfecta de ellos para contigo y ganar este caso?
Diciendo la verdad, siempre diciendo la verdad, tratando de tú sabes, el tiempo, las horas, investigando, tiene que investigar.
Por eso tú decidiste irte a un tribunal, ¿verdad? Porque
Sí.
sabías que era
Ay, ¿tú piensas que es fácil darle a una gente tu dinero?
No,
Tú estás trabajando.
Just pausing for a sec. I have a feeling she might be pregnant. Sorry, Cardi, if she's not. But in the next clip we're going to watch, I don't know. Maybe that's just one of those rude things that we discussed last night about when are you due? No, I'm not. I'm just fat. She's not fat, but you'll see in the next one.
No. Ay, fácil, yo pensé que yo tenía que. They're good.
Cardi,
I got two birthdays.
Cardi, what did this case take out of you? What did this case take out of you, Cardi?
Un saludo al Gordo y la Flaca. You guys are amazing.
Cardi, you plan on celebrating?
I don't think she's moved. That was him moving.
And like I said, thank you guys for this or my album.
Poor TV.
Having that album, having this done, being able to move on. It's a lot, but I'm ready to move forward. And please stop asking me about people you don't see. Let I know this right now.
Give us some space, guys, please. Thank you.
All right, back up.
Give us some space, guys. Give us some space. Thank you. Watch your backs. Watch your
I
backs.
hate that stuff. Weak.
Jaws, push them up a little bit forward. Thank you.
Back up, please. Back up.
Oh,
Back up.
Thank you very much.
Cardi, we love you. Back up. Back up. Back up. Mis hijos quieren una foto contigo, por favor. ¿Dónde quedan? Donatio. Ven.
oh, she's so tiny.
Allá están mis hijos, pero ya no los van a dejar.
How you like the court TV coverage,
Y
Cardi?
vinieron para ver. They got good angles of me. Yeah, good angles.
You said good angles of me.
Can I get that on tape? Pop in.
Court TV, you had some good angles of me now.
Court TV?
Except for the first day.
I had you covered though.
Except for the first day.
I had you covered though.
Yes,
Oh
you
no,
did.
she's not pregnant. She's just got big boobs.
Thank you. There we go. I'm hot.
Take care, Cardi.
Thank you.
Start backing up, Lavani.
Coming out, guys. Thank you. Watch your back.
I'd like to just
Oh, God.
mention quickly.
No, God, no.
Counsel,
Not again. Yeah, they're all good angles. There's no such thing as a shit angle with Cardi B. Okay, wait.
I
Now.
think the respectful press, I really, really appreciate that. And I want to thank everybody
Where
at
is it?
home supporting me.
So,
I
I'll
know you
pause
guys
this a lot
having a
because it's
little
entertainment tonight, and I don't know.
Cardi B found not liable in her $24 million assault trial.
Oh, there's music. No, I haven't watched this yet. Hang on, let me mute it and see if she talks. Okay, wait.
Not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl.
Cardi celebrated
I'm scared of the music.
her legal win with a victory twerk, posting.
I think this one might be dangerous.
Yeah, man. Okay, well, I'll put the link in the chat. Hang on. Oh, wait. That's a long one. That's what she said. Share. Wait. Yeah, boom. I should have watched it first. It's a long link, but that's it. That's it in totality. Let me see if there's any jury, excuse me, any jury, Cardi B trial. Jury, Justin Bieber? Jury? Interviews? Jury duty. God damn. No. 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 So that, isn't she great? I'm really happy for her. So yeah, we won't watch. If you want to watch that clip, it's just an entertainment tonight one, and I'm so scared. Play stuff. We don't need a strike. I mean, it'll just take away my 14 cents of revenue tops. So, Camp Shorty is therapy. Suck it. Wait, what did I miss back here? Oh, that's really lovely. Simi, sorry, before I go to Hope, Simi says they just replay the other one. Okay, cool. Thanks. Miss Shorty, your reach is larger than you think. Thank you for providing a safe place to decompress and laugh. Best mods, Camp Shorty. Well, you're welcome. Yes. Yes. We pride ourselves on being small and kind and fun. We take things seriously, but we don't take ourselves too seriously, right? That's our byline. That's our tagline around here. Look at baby Cardi there sleeping. No wonder she's tired. She has an album launch release. Rollout. Did she say rollout? So hey, thank you for being here on a Sunday night. I love that. I'm so confused about what day of the week it is. Apparently it's Monday here. Ugh. Yeah, man. Exactly. A much needed palate cleanser after the past few days. Yes. We're not gonna talk about it, but yes, strongly agree. The world feels heavy at the moment. So if you here in chat right now, if you're not in our Discord server and you would like to be, we have a beautiful, it's basically just this. Not that we're talking about that in the Discord server either, but it's basically just like this, but in Discord. If you've never used Discord before, it's easy peasy, right? Simi just started with Discord when she came into our server and learned it quick sticks, easy peasy. So if you would like to, we don't just share the link here because we have history with Trojan horses coming in and desecrating the sacred nature of the Miss Shorty Discord server. So send me an email. There's a contact us form on the website and tell me who you are. Yes, Simi says I'm a Discord newbie. Tell me who you are on YouTube if your name in Discord is different, just so I know who you are. And I'll send you a link and you can come on in. I'm really proud. We're really proud of our Discord. It's fun. We have games in there. We share funny stuff. We share heavy stuff. It's just a lovely place. So definitely, thanks. That's my email down the bottom. Thanks, Miss What the Fuck. It's missshorty@gmail.com. All one word. So there'll be unless, like I said at the start, unless I have a nervous breakdown, I think I'm okay. We'll do a stream on Wednesday night of some description. I think probably maybe a neurodivergence one. Britt Ketchell shared in the Discord, shared a Ryan Kelly, I think it was, that I haven't watched yet. So I will see. We'll do something on Wednesday night, and then next week. And if I feel up to it, we might do another midweek one. It might just make sure your notifications are on, okay? Because I might, you can see Ms. What the Fuck's nails in there. We have a makeup drawer. We have all sorts of fun things. Thank you, Hope. For you, go to bed. Even if you're not a Discord person, honestly, it's lovely. It's way better than fucking Twitter because it's just a nice little private. I think we got like 50 members maximum. And yeah. So we might just to make sure your notifications are on, because perhaps I'll get withdrawal symptoms and be like, but I'm home. I could be streaming. So it might be Tuesday and Thursday. And then, at this point, Wednesday night and then Friday, Saturday night as per. And then we'll cross the bridges as we come to them as to whether I'm turning into a known YouTuber permanently. Is that all I'm saying? I think so. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you for the love, the fun, all of it. Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck, for coming in and making us more baby AIs. Thank you, Buster. And there's a furry, what is it? Furry, feathery, slithery drawer for pet pictures. Juju, definitely Definitely switch on your notifications. Definitely stuff midweek. And whatever it will be, it will be. You know me. Busted snoring. It is beautiful today. It's going to be, apparently it's going to be 25 degrees today, Celsius. Yikes. I planted jasmine. Walk and talk chat. I planted jasmine, you know, jasmine, the vine, the creeper. 2 years ago when I first moved here. Honestly, it's one of only 2 things that survived these bloody dingleberry dogs with their fucking digging. And I've been too busy to maintain the garden. But my jasmine has come into flower and, it's just beautiful. I took a couple of photos yesterday, but it was a bit overcast. I'll take a couple more. You'll be able to smell it through the camera. Notifications set to all. Fantastic. I love you all very much. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Enjoy your start of your week, and I'll see you midweek. Kind of cool, huh? Mwah! And hooray for Cardi B. Chatties Bay.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is great, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is paid, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing. Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. I love you all very, very much.